Good morning, everyone. Hello po, good morning. Good morning.
After 45 years, the Development Academy of the Philippines has much to be proud of. From its small but ambitious beginnings in 1973, the DAP has grown even beyond its founding fathers' vision and expectations. Over the years, the DAP was led by these men and women whose values, passion, and innovative ideas have greatly contributed to its growth. Their competent leadership laid the foundation for the DAP's place in history. Initially, the DAP was created to train career executive service officers in government. Later, the mandate has also included strategic and policy-oriented research and idea generation, in essence being the think tank for the government. It was a good connection. What started out as small ideas have today become institutions in themselves. They were innovations that identified needs and offered solutions, and which now continue to serve the public in many different ways. The DAP's early training and education programs for government executives were also unique and legendary. They can largely be credited for a bureaucracy that has remained professional, competent, neutral, even through numerous administration changes. The DAP also contributed to national productivity and introduced the concept of wiser use of resources for better results. It was instrumental in helping local governments rise above the disasters that hit them. Today, with its cutting-edge training and education programs, the DAP not just develops high-potential executives and managers, it is also molding transformative leaders in the public sector. Leaders who are quietly and efficiently responding to people's needs.
We need to open up our graduate school to visiting professors from abroad, and also to take advantage of the technical experts coming from the APO countries of which we are a member.
The DAP continues to help the government become more effective by pushing for the results-based performance management system. which ensures that the President's vision and goals for the country are implemented correctly. In 2015, the Philippines was recognized by the APO as the Center of Excellence for Public Sector Productivity, mainly because of the programs built to streamline processes and make service client-focused. Eventually, the public can expect shorter lines and quicker service. While keeping a low profile and being content to work in the background, the DAP remains relevant and sensitive to the public's needs and expectations.
DAP as a knowledge institution is a solutions provider. DAP as an institution is exactly what our bureaucracy needs at this time. An institution that creates the best ideas for our bureaucracy to work. And that is exactly what we need in governance. Unless there is such an institution, we do not expect change to come automatically.
After 45 years, DAP's founding fathers must really be smiling.
Hello, good morning po sa lahat. Kamusta po? Hello po. You may unmute yourselves po.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Sige po, I would like to informally introduce myself. My name is Mary Ann Mayo. And we would just like to remind everyone to please register for our attendance sheet po. Nakita niyo na po ba yung ating link for sa attendance sheet natin dito sa ating chat box? Okay na po ba? Nakapag-attendance na po ba ang lahat? Yes po ba? You may unmute yourselves po. Sige po. Meron po tayong 16 participants po for today. We are currently still admitting po. I would like to give a shout out to our YouTube participants. Hello, magandang umaga. So far po ang ating pong update sa ating YouTube participants ay meron na po tayong 50 participants. Tama po ba? Hello po kay Sir Peds na sa ating tumutulong po sa ating YouTube. Yan, thank you po. Yes, thank you po. All right, so we are now 17 participants. Sige po, We shall be starting po siguro mga around 9 to 9:15 as we wait for our other participants po. 70 plus na po pala ang ating mga participants sa YouTube. Sige po. Alright. So while waiting po, siguro po a few reminders as our web etiquette po has reminded us. Please make sure that you have a stable connection. Kindly mute yourselves if you're not talking. So we won't be able to disturb others po. If you are joining from the office or from your house, of course, kindly choose a spot where it is quiet so that any outside or surrounding noises won't disturb other participants. We encourage participation, so you may use the chat box for your questions, comments, suggestions, or any inquiries regarding our links. If it doesn't work, kindly let us know po kaagad so we can help you or assist you with the links. Sige po. So another reminder lang po, like our names po nakalagay po kasi is agency po and then our name para po when we interact with each other, we can address you properly po. So if I could kindly ask po everyone who has not put in their agency name, kindly edit po yung name nila. Kung hindi po nila alam kung paano po gawin, i-highlight nyo lang po yung pangalan nyo. Tapos meron pong nakalagay dyan more. So yung sa more po, meron pong nakalagay dyan na rename. Tapos po, pwede nyo na, i-click nyo lang po yon. Tapos makikita nyo po, pwede nyo na pong i-edit yung name nila. Okay po ba? Ayan po. Marami pa po kasi sa atin ng mga hindi pa naka-edit yung name. Wala po yung ating agency name. Pa-edit na lang po. Sige, thank you po. You may also enter in the chat box. Mag-hi, hello din po kayo dito sa ating chat box for interaction po. So ilan na po ba yung ating mga, sino na po ba yung ating mga participants? Andito na po from DOH. Hello ma'am Annabelle, good morning from the DILG. From MMDA, NAPOLCOM. PGS po, PSU, Philippine Science High School. Good morning po sa lahat. Hello, Ma'am Marlene. Yes, from Pangasinan State University. Hello, magandang umaga po. Joining from Pangasinan. Kamusta po ang weather dyan, Ma'am? Mainit po ba? Malamig? Maulan po kasi dito sa Manila. How about po from our other participants? Sila Ma'am Joanna, sila Ma'am Jocelyn. Saan po silang agency? Pa-edit na lang po yung kanilang mga names. Salamat po. Sige po. How about our other participants po? Ayun! Good morning! Ma'am Laureline from the Provincial Government of Sorsogon. Wow, ma'am. Salamat po. Congrats sa inyong ISO certification to 9001. Congrats po ulit for the whole province of ISO. Hindi po kami naka-join dun sa doon sa ceremony, but we are proud to have assisted the province of Sorsogon for your technical assistance for ISO 9000. Sige po, we have 16 participants. Siguro mukhang nag-drop off po yung isa po. Sige po. So for our YouTube participants, good morning, magandang umaga. And if you have any questions po, you may post it po dun sa chat box ng YouTube. Any questions, inquiries, or concerns regarding doon sa ating mga links, kindly do so. Sige po. Alright, sige, hintayin lang po natin. Sige, Sir Peds, ilan na kaya sila sa YouTube? Sige po. Ma'am Joanna, siguro po paano na lang, ano pong agency name nila? Ayan, meron po tayo from PGO, pumapasok po. Sige. Marami po kasi tayong register for participating. Ayan, dumadami na po, 18 participants na. Alright, sige po. Yes po, go ahead ma'am. Were you going to say something? Sige po. I will share screen ulit. So we shall continue na lang din po doon sa ating presentation.
Pinalik ni Jose.
Mag-unmute lang po muna ako ng mga natin. Mag-mute lang po ako ng mga Kindly mute your microphones. Right. Thank you po. Sige po. Let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Sige po. We shall start with a prayer po muna.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شمل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمة في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the light of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka. Warag po ko ilingkoy ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko. Busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko.
Alright, salamat po. Salamat. Amen po sa ating prayer for this morning. Hello, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. And my name is Mary Ann Mayo. I would like to welcome you today to our introductory course on improvement approaches using ISO 9004-2018 Guidance to Achieve Sustained Success. This is part of the introductory course on Chemist Level Up and Productivity and Quality Improvement Approaches today, Wednesday, July 14, 2021, through virtual meet, and we are doing it through Zoom and YouTube po. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Hello po, hello sa ating mga participants. Sige, we would like to thank you for taking time for joining us this morning. Medyo mahirap pong gumising pag umaga, especially in the middle of the week, but we are very happy. I, along with my project team, are very happy to welcome you today to our event for our training course for today. So please take note po, this is a free one-day introductory course po for ISO 9004. Sige, before we start, we would like to give some welcome remarks. This will be given by Ms. Angela C. Vargas, our project manager, and she is from the Advocacy and Institutional Development Office of the Productivity and Development Center under the Development Academy of the Philippines, or the DAP. Ms. Angie, would you be available right now?
Ayan. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ms. Maan.
Good morning po. Opo.
Ayan. From the Development Academy of the Philippines, warm greetings po sa ating lahat. Ayan. So, it's 9:09. Hello po sa ating mga YouTube participants at hello din po dito sa ating Zoom participants. So I humbly take this opportunity to first and foremost welcome all of you to the virtual introductory courses on productivity and quality improvement approaches. Ito po ay isa sa mga deliverables ng Government Quality Management Program, GQMP, na nag-aim po to contribute to the enhancement of citizen satisfaction and public sector productivity through government quality improvement. So tayo pong nandito lahat, eksaktong-eksakto po ang course na aatenan natin, Quality Improvement. The Government Quality Management Program, as our partner in this endeavor, envisions taking a great leap in its priorities by leveling up the quality improvement initiatives and building capacities in fostering quality across public sector organizations. So we are honored that you are able to join us in these introductory courses. So madami po itong introductory courses na ito. We thank everyone here from our speakers and our participants for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Lingkod Bayan, as we are all aware, we are in the midst of a crisis like no other. Grabe, mahirap po talaga ang buhay ngayon. Last year, COVID-19 has changed the way we live, how we provide public services, and the way we do business. Even when the pandemic is eventually over, things will never be the same again. We will have a new normal. The question we will be undertaking today and the rest of the intro courses is, how can a quality management system based on ISO 9001-2015 and other standards and approaches such as ISO 9004, ISO 30401, ISO 56002, Innovation Management System, Knowledge Management System, and remote auditing will be able to help our organizations to survive, recover, and eventually succeed during this crisis. Mainly, this series of introductory courses are designed to increase awareness on the benefits of leveling up an agency's established QMS. Paano po? Through quality and productivity improvement approaches, tools, and standards which we can all utilize to achieve better service delivery and performance excellence. These different courses shall cover concepts, principles, implementation, and integration strategies, as well as best practices. Today, we are here to learn about improvement approaches using ISO 9004 version 2018 guidance to achieve sustained success. The ISO 9004 standard isn't something that is certifiable, but it is something you can implement in order to not only understand what ISO 9001 is trying to achieve, but more so to give you ideas and inspiration for improving your management system. I believe everybody here comes from an ISO 9001 certified organization. So 9004 is a standard that is trying to highlight some of the activities of the organization by looking at the gains that we can benefit from having a quality management system. So in facing this crisis, we must remember that we will get through this. How well and quickly we get through it depends on us acting now and acting together as one bureaucracy. These are exceptional times. We need exceptional action. We hope that these introductory courses, you can take better action in continually improving your practices, approaches, and systems. It is my hope that you will take advantage of this opportunity to come up with valuable recommendations and conclusions that will be beneficial to your organizations. I look forward to open and constructive discussions and wish you a most successful session. Again, thank you, and I hope everyone will have a productive learning session today. Magandang umaga po muli.
Miss Maan, are you on mute?
Hello, good. Thank you, Miss I. Sorry, nakamute pala ako kanina. Sige, thank you, Ma'am Angela. She's our project manager. So, maswerte po ngayon ang ating mga participants for today. Because kayo po ang unang-unang mga participants for the run of our 4 introductory courses for the year. Sige, bago po tayo mag-start, meron po tayong kaunting getting to know you. Sige po. Sige, ang ating pong gagawin ay we would like to engage with you and interact with you for this morning. So you may type your answers po on the box, in the chat box. So magigetting to know you po tayo. So ano po, fill in the blanks po tayo. I ate blank for breakfast. Pandesal, si Ma'am Diana, isang pandesal. Wow, Ma'am, very particular. Si Ma'am Marian, eggs and toast. How about po yung iba? How about yung iba? Fried rice and tulingan. Wow, ang sarap. Tulingan, yan daw yung paborito ni Jose Rizal. Eggs with ham, sabi ni Ma'am Marilyn. How about the others po? Long silog, si Sir James. Naku, nakakagutom naman yung mga kinain nyo. Rice, egg, and corned beef, si Ma'am Vivica. Ma'am Julina, ba tubig lang? Nagda-diet po ba? Si Ma'am Jocelyn, miling and egg. Yan po ang baon ko nung grade 3 ako. Drunk with coffee. Ako po ay wala pa ring breakfast, pero salamat po, ako'y nabubusog sa inyong mga inputs. Sige. How about others po? Meron pa po bang gustong humabol? Anyone else na meron pong breakfast? Ano pa po ang breakfast ng iba? Meron pa po bang gahabol? Wow, si Sir ang aga. Nag-cycle, nagbisikleta. Coffee and eggs. Alright, so meron pa po tayong ibang questions. Baka may iba po pwedeng mag-share. So, fill in the blanks po tayo. Kamukha ko daw si... Napag-isip sila. Sino po ang famous person na kamukha niya daw? Meron po ba? Ako po, para po matawa kayo, sabi ng mga kaibigan ko, kamukha ko daw po si Odette Can. Sabi ni Sir Jeric, si Luis Manzano, nakakatawa po yan. Si Cheche ng Sex Bomb, si Ma'am Marian. Si Chris Aquino, si Ma'am Loreline. How about the others po? Judy Ann Santos. Oy, maganda si Ma'am Judy Ann Santos. Si Ma'am Rachel ng Napolcom. How about the others po? Meron pa po bang kamukha? Edu Manzano, Lorna Tolentino, Vilma Santos. Meron bang Nora Honor dito? Wala po ba? Nahihiya po ba? Kahit po international. Bam Aquino kung minsan. Wow. Ano pong oras yung minsan, sir? Parang movie, ano? Gaano kadalas ang minsan? Kahit po international actors. Pwede naman po. How about the others? Pauline Luna, si Ma'am Jocelyn. Okay, sige po. Iniisip daw po kung sinong kahawig niya, Ma'am Marilyn. Sige. Kahit yung mga singer, actor, anyone famous, politician. Pag umaga, Bam Aquino and Luis Manzano, si Sir Jeric. Oo nga naman. Sige po. Alright. So, 3 more questions po. Maybe others can also give their inputs. I joined this training because... Ano po ang reasons natin kung bakit po tayo nag-join ng training? Baka po pwede po tayong mag-share. Ano po ba ang rason natin? To gain more knowledge. Thank you, Ma'am Diana. Curious po si Ma'am Marian. How about the others po? Anyone else po? Ano po ba ang ating rason kung bakit tayo nag-training? Required po ba? Sabi ni Sir Jeric, because I want to become better in terms of public service. Thank you po, sir, for trusting the DAP with that. You want to learn more about ISO 9004? Thank you, Ma'am Marlene. To be more informed, sabi ni Sir James Capistrano ng MMDA. How about the others po? Anyone else who would like to give their reasons for joining this training? Meron ba dito dahil required? Or sabi ni boss, punta po kami. Pero take note po ang ating pong ISO 9004 Introductory Course. This is patikim po sa atin ang introductory courses ng DAP para po malaman natin kung ano po yung ating mga available ISO standards that will help us improve our ISO 9005 or QMS. A better understanding of ISO. Okay, sige. Ma'am Rachel, salamat po. Sige po. Last 2 questions. On a scale of 1 to 5, my energy level is, of course, si scale 1 ay mababa, si 5 ay mataas. Sige po, may humahabol po si Sir Jeric. Part ng professional journey daw nila as their office is currently geared towards ISO certification. Thank you, sir. We hope we can be of service to you, sir, and assistance. Si Ma'am Jolina, 4.5. Si Ma'am Diana, medyo mababa pa. Baka kailangan ng kape, Ma'am. 2 kasi maaga pa po. Opo. Napolcom, si Ma'am. Hindi ko pa po makita yung buong pangalan. 3, DILG, si Ma'am Marian, 3.5. 4 po si Miss Evika. Ma'am, opo, kulang pa po yung isang pandesal, kaya po 2. Sige, dagdagan po natin ang pandesal, gawin nating 5. 3 po ang level ng energy level ni Miss Marlene. Sige po. Last but not the least, I am joining from. Over nga po sa energy si Sir Jeric. We appreciate your energy, Sir Jeric. Last na po, I'm joining from, ano pong area kayo nang gagaling? Galing po ba tayo sa probinsya? Ano po, Laguna, si Ma'am Rachel. QC po sa DILG si Ma'am Diana. QC din po ulit si Ma'am Marian sa bahay. Office in Makati si Sir James Capistrano ng MMDA. Of course, Pangasinan State University, Santa Maria Campus, si Ma'am Marlene. How about the others po? Iloilo. Thank you, Sir Jeric. Sorsogon, of course, from Ma'am Joanna. How about others? The others, last question na po natin to. And then we shall continue with Pangasinan State University. Okay, from Mandaluyong po si Ma'am Jocelyn. Ay, may taga-Antique po tayo. Salamat po sa pag-join from Antique. Alright, sige. We shall continue po. Thank you po for all your inputs and for joining our Getting to Know You. We truly appreciate all your answers and we feel that we have connected with you po this morning. Salamat po sa lahat. Sige po. Alright, so for the expectation check, I have sent in advance po ang ating expectation check po for our questions from the speakers. So I was reviewing po this earlier. So we noticed that a lot of you, that their expectations from the course is to have a deeper knowledge of the ISO standard. And then to gain insights and to learn the basics of complying to ISO 9004. We also wanted the course to be clearly presented and an additional learning po for ISO 9004. Tignan po natin yung iba naman. We would like to have to be assisted for the requirements of ISO 9004. Please take note po, ang ISO 9004 is a guidance document po siya. Alright, sige po. So karamihan po talaga is to gain more knowledge po, to learn more about ISO 9004. And at the end of the day, we hope to be able to meet that expectation, and that is also part of the objectives po. So yung pong sa ating YouTube participants, because we have YouTube participants, so pasadahan po natin yung kanila expectations from the course. It's also the same, to gain more knowledge on the topic, to be informative, deeper knowledge. Of course, we would like to be interactive. Yes, interactive po. A lot of practical examples for the examples and cases po. And how is 9004 connected to ISO 9001? Yes, kasama po yan sa pag-explain how they are connected po to the management system. Yes, okay. So balik po tayo ulit. Balik po tayo ulit sa expectations naman from the speaker. Sige, easy to communicate with po. Yes. Have a vast knowledge, ma'am. Vast knowledge and expertise on the topic. Sige po. The speaker is well versed of the content. Yes. Okay po. Yes, yes. Miss I is actually an expert on QMS po. So, yes. Nami-meet naman po niya ito. Yes, she's very knowledgeable po on the topic. Yes po. She will share her expertise and easily explain po. Yes po. Expect the speaker to translate theories into actual experiences. Yes, we will be she will be giving you examples po. Knowledgeable on the topic, comprehensive knowledge about ISO 9004. Yes. All right. So marami pong the same po ating pong expectations from the speakers. As mentioned earlier, we do hope to be able to meet your expectations po. All right. Sige po. So ang attendance po natin for our Zoom participants will be posted and is being currently posted po by Ms. Loreline, project staff po natin. Please don't forget po mag-attendance. And for our YouTube participants, you will be assisted by our project manager, Ms. Angela Vargas. Sige po. Our course description is, this is a one-day introductory course po. Free po ito that will focus on continually improving po ang quality management system or QMS based on ISO 9004 2018 guidance to achieve sustained success. And of course, the course objectives, the course aims to enable QMS practitioners to discuss po yung ISO 9004 concepts and approaches, na-explain po ang 9004 complements and ISO 9001 requirements, as well as demonstrate the use of ISO 9004 for self-assessment for QMS improvement. Yes, okay po. All right. For our course program, to give you an overview of what's going to happen, of course, we had our registration this morning from 8:30 to 9 a.m. And then we are now doing our opening preliminaries. We shall start with Module 1, Continual Improvement Concepts from 9:30 to 10:30. And then we will have our morning break And then another learning, our first learning activity from 10:45 to 12 noon. And then, of course, our lunch break. Followed in the afternoon by Module 2 on ISO 9004-2018 and ISO 9001-2015. After which, we have concluded Module 2. We will have our learning activity again, and then an afternoon break. And last but not the least, we have Module 3 for a self-assessment exercise for QMS improvement. And then our closing activities. Our course methodology will employ, of course, lectures, workshops, and group discussions. And our outputs po is hopefully we have enhanced your awareness on QMS improvement approaches based on ISO 9004 and have provided you a self-assessment for ISO 9004 for QMS improvement po. We shall also be providing you with the workshop links for 1 and 2, and workshop 3, we shall be posting them on the chat box. Don't worry po. Wait, this is just a reminder. Evaluation links will be provided at the end of the day. Please don't forget to accomplish this. This will form part of your requirements for your certificates. To introduce our staff, of course, we have introduced earlier Ms. Angela Vargas, our project manager, and yours truly, Mary Ann Mayo. Ako po ang inyong facilitator. And for our other project staff from the DAP is Ma'am Lorilyn Ramirez, our documenter, and of course, Mr. Pedrito Garcia. Hello, Mr. Peds, ang ating project staff who is also assisting us with our YouTube. And without much further ado, I would like to introduce to you our resource person for today. Alright, si Ma'am Eileen Rico Hermoser, or si Ma'am I, is a lead auditor certificate with a certificate by the International Registry for Certified Auditors, or the IRCA. She has more than 15 years of experience in quality management, and she's also an industrial engineer who earned her bachelor's degree at the Manuel L. Quezon University and studied master's in industrial engineering and management at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Before joining the DAP as a project manager, she was a QMS trainer and consultant. She was also the quality management representative of Trojan Computer Forms Manufacturing Corporation and quality management officer of Sea Oil Philippines Incorporated. She has acquired her knowledge and expertise as productivity practitioner and specialist from the Asian Productivity Organization through basic and advanced productivity courses held in Manila, Malaysia, and Fiji. Her engagement on the following agencies as resource person and QMS consultant have further enriched her experience and expertise on various productivity areas, most especially on quality management. She does have a very extensive list of agencies that she has engaged in, but I will be mentioning a few. The Philippine Statistics Authority, Commission on Human Rights, National Housing Authority, Department of Foreign Affairs, the Philippine Health Insurance or PhilHealth, FDA, the PAGCOR, PCSO, the Philippine Army, the Province of Sorsogon, DSWD, and the Lung Center, amongst a long list of illustrious and various public sector agencies. Wow! Very impressive ang background ni Ma'am Ai. Sige po. So without much further ado, I would like to introduce to you Miss Eileen Rico Hermosa. Hi Ma'am Ai, are you there? Available na po ba sila?
Yes pa, and I'm here.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay. Ma'am, mag-share screen lang po muna ako ha. Start na po tayo.
Sige, thank you, Maan.
Okay.
And good morning again. Good morning sa mga datihan na naming nakakasama at good morning din sa lahat ng mga bago lang sa DAP. Bagong nakaka-join lang sa DAP. Sige po. So Maan naman explained the objective of the course and what this course is all about, no. So we will be talking of 3 major topics for this course. So yung una po ay mga continual improvement concepts, no. So I believe you have an idea or you are knowledgeable na on some of the concepts about continual improvement. Familiar na kayo dito, most of you, kasi nga po ang alam ko ay certified na ang inyong mga agencies. And then we will be giving you an overview of the ISO 9004, just an overview, since one day lang po ito, but at least magkaroon kayo na idea ano ang laman ng 9004 as compared to 9001. And lastly, yung self-assessment, no? So in this course, we hope to provide you an overview of that self-assessment tool na pwede niyong gamitin, certified man o hindi ang inyong management system. Okay po, so do you have any question for the course aside from those that you have mentioned in your expectations? Baka po meron kayong binabalak na or gustong in-expect na isama dun sa ating topics? Meron kaya? O sige, baka wala pang naisip ano. So let's move on to the next slide, please. So this is all about continual improvement. Okay, ilan bang participants natin, Miss Maan? Ilang agencies dito sa Zoom?
Hello, ma'am. We have 24 participants, and we have from MMDA, Napolcom, Antique, Sorsogon, Philippine Science High School. More or less, siguro meron tayong 6 or 7 agencies po for today dito sa Zoom.
Sa Zoom, okay. Sige. So I suppose sa YouTube then ay marami-rami na ring agencies yan. Sige.
Yes.
So let me ask muna our participants, no? Doon sa konsepto ng continual improvement, what do you consider or what can you consider a continual improvement, accomplishment, or initiative or program ng inyong agency? Wala pong maling sagot. Sige po, can you share with us? Ano po yung mga naisip niyo activities, initiatives, or program na maaaring makonsider natin part ng continual improvement ng inyong ahensya? Anyone? Anybody?
You may put on the chat box po. Siguro po pwede rin kayong mag-unmute so that you can share po. Anyone
yes,
po?
yes.
Anyone po? Meron po bang inputs?
Regular 5S program. Okay, so the 5S ay naging regular na program. So that's a part of continual improvement, no? Sige, that's good. That's good to know po. That is from Region 6 ng DAR. Tama po ba?
Yes po, si Sir Jeric.
Sir Jeric. How about the others po? What can you consider continual improvement? Tayo ba sa DAP, Maan, anong mga naging continual improvement na natin? Siguro mga technology, yung technology natin at nag-upgrade over the years. Upgraded na siya. So
especially
that's part
itong
of it.
Especially itong time ng pandemic, Miss Ai.
Correct.
We had to adapt.
Yes, we have adapted to the new normal. Ito nga pong course na to ay part ng aming continual improvement. Monitoring of the records management. Oh, that's good, Sir Jeric, again. So you have now a system for monitoring your records na kung siguro kung dati medyo chaotic pa ang ating mga records. No? So for now, ngayon, medyo nag-i-improve.
Ma'am,
part ng
Miss Ai?
DLGIQMS. Yes, sir.
Ma'am
Yes, ma'am.
From our YouTube, shift to online platforms, not just because of the new normal, but convenience and efficiency. From Gina Ruiz of YouTube, use of data analytics from Sir Roel Crinsha, use of online platform from Ma'am Melba, and regular review and evaluation of process flow, conduct of root cause analysis from Michael Jerome Caponpon. Thank you from our YouTube participants po.
Ayan, thank you din sa ating mga participants na nasa YouTube. Okay, so those are some lang among the many continual improvements that you have undergone siguro, no? And narinig naman natin na marami doon ay geared towards advancement in technology. But we will learn from here na hindi lang doon ang sukatan ng ating mga improvement na sa ating mga sistema. Meron pang ibang pwedeng indicators of improvement. At yan ang ating i-discuss in this course. No? Okay. Meron pa gradual transformation into more techie. Ayun, technology pa rin. Techie na ang kanilang DTS, document tracking system, for easier and efficiency in document management. Okay po. So, kung mapapansin po ninyo, no, yung tinatawag nating konteksto ng ating organization, yung profile, our culture, the way we exist, the way we do our things, the way we do work in the agency, in our government, nag-e-evolve over time. And itong ang mga context na ito ay ayun nga, continuous ang evolvement. So included dito sa continuing changing in ano tawag nito, and changing factors that affects our context as an agency ay yung social responsibility. So pag sinabi nating social responsibility, ito yung role natin sa society, ano, yung role natin sa community na kung mapapansin natin, nagbabago rin siya over time with changes in mandate, with changes in directive. Nagkakaroon tayo ng mga additional responsibilities. Minsan, because of the demand of our interested parties, nagkakaroon ng changes in that role in our community or society. Ganon din sa ating role at responsibility sa general public because of some factors that affect it. Also nowadays, government agencies have the responsibility to promote the programs and projects of other government agencies as well, no? Pati yung mga policies and programs that would benefit the citizenry or the community or the general public is part of every government agency's responsibility. For example, no, yung vaccination program ng DOH, syempre programa nila yon. So it's their it's their process, it's their own program. Ang ownership nun ay nasa kanila. Pero di po ba sa ngayon, no, every government agency, they promote yung vaccination program ng DOH. Minsan nga requirement na ng mga agency. So it has now become a responsibility of the agency. Hindi lang nung ahensya na may-ari or owner, no, nung programa. Another example, yung voters registration ng COMELEC, di ba? It is now a requirement for government employees. Hindi siya optional. Hindi rin siya silent yung mga government agency. Talagang pinapromote niya sa kanyang mga employees na you should register and vote sa election. So, for example, another example would be yung transparency of information as prescribed by PCOO. Note, it has now become a part of social responsibility ng bawat ahensya ng gobyerno. Naging requirement na siya. Among others, yung ARTA, di ba, that is yung mga nandoon ay requirement sa lahat ng agencies kasi ito ay commitment natin sa citizen natin. So these are government programs promoted and disseminated by government agencies, hindi lang yung isang agency na nag-initiate nito. So another context that evolves ay yung ating environment. Yung factors on environment would include the site, the location of offices, yung social environment din kasama doon, no? Yung the associations or the membership to associations ng mga ahensya, maybe local or international organizations or associations, no? That is also part of the social environment of the agency. yung mga network natin, part ng social environment natin. And syempre, yung physical environment would include climate changes. So, itong mga environment factors na to, as part of our context, also affect our systems and processes. So, for example, yung sa panahon natin ngayon, dito sa situation natin sa pandemic, because of the unsafe environment, yung ano natin, yung pag-adhere natin sa policies at saka guidelines ng IATF, no, is now among our is now part of our programs, no. Yung IATF mismo ay part ngayon ng top priority interested parties natin, bilang government agency or bilang organization, no, since their decisions will affect current operations. Okay, yung culture is also part of the context and nagbabago rin yan over time. Syempre po, sa bawat henerasyon may kanya-kanyang dalang culture, di ba? So ngayon ay millennials, na millennial ang trend ng yung culture ng millennials ang trend ng bawat organization. So may effect din yan sa ating sa ating sistema. The way we do things ay affected by this culture, no. So yung values ng agency, yung dynamics within bureaucracy, the norms, the protocols that we follow, mga unwritten rules also affect our management system. Okay, so this is in addition. So social responsibility, environmental factors, cultural factors, our addition to efficiency, no? Part ng context ay yung ating pagiging efficient, how we use or the economic use of our funds, quality, the service standards we commit to our customers, and our flexibility and adaptability are among the evolving context of our organizations. So, taken this together, they form part of our context and they continually emerge, evolve, increase or diminish over the years. So, nakakaapekto yan dun sa tinatawag na sustained success. So, kung kayo man ay halimbawang successful ngayon sa inyong management system na certify kayo, huwag tayo maging complacent at hanggang doon na lang kasi nga itong mga factors na to will evolve and will affect yung ating nasimula na sistema. So we have to sustain. The challenge is for us to sustain whatever we have started. Okay, next please. So the ability to achieve the sustained success is enhanced also by our leaders at all levels. Them learning about and understanding the evolving context, yung binanggit ko kanina. No? So they have to understand that these factors will evolve, this context will evolve, and will eventually affect your organization, your agency. So therefore, critical sa ating mga leaders to demonstrate leadership to sustain the success of any management system. Support from them helps in the successful continuation or discontinuation of relevant programs. Kasi alam naman natin na magbabago ang administrasyon, magbabago ang ating management, no, with the changing administration. So we need support from these leaders despite the changes in leadership. So also, in supporting the success of any program, our leaders need to develop more leaders for them to help sustain the established system so that integrity is maintained and sustained, yun nga, despite changes in the structure and authorities. So that is a great challenge for the leaders naman in any agency or any organization. Given that the context of the agency of the organization is continuously evolving. Improvement and innovation also support the success based on organizations' values and culture. So kung ano man yung ating dynamics, what we believe, the way we do things within the agency, yung kultura nga po, is crucial also to sustaining the success of any management system. How far can we go from the current status, or how we face and manage risk and opportunities, the dynamics, our norms, our initiatives, and innovative plans and programs. These are all factors to sustain success. And itong mga itong mga strategies to sustain the success of any management system coming from our leader vary from agency to agency. Magkakaiba naman kasi tayo ng ng mga strategies at magkakaiba tayo ng kultura. So some agencies might be risk takers. So they are risk tolerant, kumbaga mas mataas yung kanilang tolerance to risk, while others may not be as aggressive. So some other agencies may be willing to drastically streamline. Some agencies may not agree on the idea. Also, each agency has its uniqueness in terms of structure, systems, and even budget allocation and utilization. So there is no hard and fast rule in sustaining the success. There is no hard and fast rule also for leaders to sustain and support the success of the management system. It's really dependent on the leaders and the context of the organization. So we really have to understand first the context of the agency before we do anything else with the management system. Kaya nga po, di ba sa 9001, yun yung pinakaunang requirement, na we have to understand the context of the organization before we move on to the next requirements. Okay po. Next slide, please. Sige po. So, ano ba itong tinatawag na sustained success? So, baka magkakaroon tayo ng magkakaroon tayo ng iba-ibang interpretation about the sustained success na tinatawag. Ano po ba ang idea niyo about sustained success?
Anyone po?
Anyone? You may use the chat box.
How about from our YouTube participants who would like to give any inputs on what sustained success means?
Yes.
Maybe one word association. Ano po ba sustained
Pwede.
success sa inyo? Oo, kahit one word. Progress, siguro.
Pwede, no? Yes. Why not? Basta merong oo.
Ayan, sustained success is excellent translated into habits, sabi ni Sir Jerry.
Wow, very good. Oo.
Yun na, totoo na to.
Yes po, Ma'am Angela. Ayun, sige.
Habit na siya, spontaneous na siya, di po ba? Excellence. Okay, success is excellence translated into habits. It's a way of life na, habit na siya. Kahit walang nakatingin. Di ba? Without any pressure, pero ginagawa mo siya. Sustained success is best practice. Yes, pwede. Meeting changing expectations from interested parties, of course, yes. Kahit magbago-bago pa yan, na-address mo pa rin. So, meaning, yun, nasusustain mo.
Sige po.
Habitual delivery of services with excellence, excellently. Continual improvement. Okay, very good. So, yan naman po ay tama lahat. Wala naman pong mali dyan. So, it doesn't, even if you're not certified, no, but you have a system in place and the management system is there. Yung certification na lang kulang. Still, when you have some improvements based on the before practices, kumbaga may baseline ka at nagkaroon ng konting somehow pagbabago for the better, that's already a sustained success, no?
Miss I, may I give short inputs from YouTube participants? From Ma'am Erlinda Vargas, continual improvement on the acceptance and processing of mail items. from Sir Jerome Michael Caponpon, holding success for a long period of time, and from Sir Alan de Guzman, achieve and maintain the organization's objectives in the long term.
In the long term, yes. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you for that. Hindi siya pansamantala, hindi rin siya hanggang next month or hanggang next year lang, yes. Okay. From Sir Jeric, it is integrity of seeking to perform consistently to the best of your ability. Maximizing what you have, yes. Maximizing your ability. Thank you, sir. Okay. So, sustained success means achieving something, maintaining it, and then later on leveling up from the baseline that you have started. No? That is sustained success. So, alam niyo po ba yung 3 stages ng customer satisfaction? Because of a measure for success would be syempre po customer, lagi namang lumalabas yan pag sinabi nating successful organization satisfied si customer. But do you know the 3 stages of customer satisfaction? Do you have an idea? Tatlo lang alam ko, but baka may meron pa, pero I'll share with you 3 stages. Do you know? Sige, okay. So first is to meet the needs of customer. Sirit, opo. Sige, so meet the customer's need or the requirement, no? So may requirement si customer, imi-meet mo. The next is guess. Sige po, anyone who could guess. First is to meet the customer's requirement. Second is merong nagsabi surpass. Okay, surpass or surprise. So exceed the requirement, go beyond the requirement. May minimum requirement, you even exceeded that requirement, that is surpassing or surprising, no? And then ang alam kong last, pero baka meron pa, ay delight. Delight is going the extra mile. So for example, no, halimbawa, the requirement is for a complaint to be decided upon. So in meeting that requirement ni customer na ma-resolve yung kanyang valid complaint, binigyan mo ng decision yung complaint, that is already meeting the requirement. For example, the requirement is to meet or to resolve the valid complaint within 3 months. So that's meeting the requirement. You can surprise the customer if you have resolved the problem within 1 month. So 3 months ang ina-expect niya, mas pinabilis mo pa 1 month. That is surprising the customer. Pero for example, yung valid complaint na yon ay complaint sa university or school. Now, how can you delight the customer na nagko-complain? So you can delight the customer by providing the decision within 1 month, basta less than 3 months, and with free scholarship for the entire duration of the course or of the remaining school years. So that is delight, no? So parang going the extra mile, hindi man niya hinihingi, pero you know the customer will be delighted, will be happy na na-address mo yung need niya, yung implied need niya nang hindi niya kailangan sabihin sa'yo. So that would be a delight, no? So going the extra mile. Sige, yun ang example. Kayo naman po, for example, itong vaccination program natin ngayon. So how can the agency responsible for this meet our expectation? Sige nga po, paano po yung first stage ng customer sat natin pagdating sa vaccination program? How can they meet our expectation?
Sino po kaya ang gustong mag-answer?
Anyone? You may type in the chat box. Yung mga nasa YouTube pwede rin po. O tayo ang recipient nito, no? Yung vaccination program, tayo ang beneficiaries and recipient. So how can they meet our requirement?
Ma'am, kadi. Oh God, ko naman kinu-webinar para may natutuan.
Yes po, Sir Nino. Meron po silang sinasabi.
Quality management service. Libre lang yung nakita sa Facebook. Wala, ano
Sige
yan?
po.
Pwede kaya pa ito. Oo. Pero nag-register kasi kahit of time last week.
Okay, so ma-meet yung requirement natin na ma-inform. O si Sir kahit ma-inform, si Ma'am Melody, no? Kahit ma-inform lang, okay na sa kanya. That's already meeting her needs, no? Ang sabi naman ni Sir James ay mass vaccination program. Magkaroon man lang noon ay ma-meet na yung requirement natin. So that's a requirement, no? Kasi nga ang target ay lahat tayo, no? Herd immunity, di ba sabi? So that's already meeting our requirement bilang customer nila. Okay.
Miss I from YouTube,
Yes.
personal satisfaction from Sir Cleo, from Sir Alan, vaccination program. Marami po on vaccination program actually.
Okay. Sige. So that's meeting the requirement. Ang requirement naman natin ay mabakunahan on time. At saka syempre ng tamang vaccine, ayaw naman natin nung nung may nakakatakot na effect, no? At gusto natin yun nga herd immunity ang target. So that's already meeting the requirement of the customers of the vaccination program. How can we be surprised? How to surprise us with this vaccination program? Ano ba ang pwedeng surprise natin? One that I could think of, syempre po, inaasahan natin na dahil ang dami-daming pipila, no? Isa sa nakasurprise sa akin during the vaccination of my father, sobrang bilis. Within, wala pang 10 minutes siguro kami nagstay doon at ang luwag ng venue. So, yung sinasabi ni Sir na conducive venue would somehow be a surprise to me bilang customer. Hindi ko lang alam sa iba. Sige, sa inyo po, how can you be surprised exceeding your expectation or your requirement for the vaccination program? Prompt na pagbakuna. Isa ring nakasurprise ay yung tinitext na lang para hindi ka na pipila. Diba? Isa rin yun siguro sa surprise for some, no? Parang less hassle for those who will be vaccinated. Okay, so that will be a surprise. Meron ako nakita, mamaya na baka sa delight yun eh. So sa surprise, ano pa ang pwedeng makasurprise sa inyo bilang customer? Voice nyo to eh. So how can we be surprised? Expert vaccinators po. Kailangan, sige, para hindi mo maramdaman. Okay. Sige. Pwede rin surprise din yun. So kasi in-expect naman natin na talagang kulang ang health workers. So bihira na yung or mangilan-ngilan or na lang bilang yung expert vaccinator. Sige po. So surprise na kay Sir Jeric yun. Expert yung nagva-vaccine, nabibigay ng vaccine. Be given water at least at the end of vaccination. May free drinks or free food nga iba, cookies after na vaccination. So that is a surprise to Ma'am Diana. Okay, meron ba sa YouTube na mga sagot, Miss Maan?
Yung from Sir Will, through proper scheduling of vaccination and anticipate rollouts uncertainties. From MJ Pereira, educate first the pros and cons of the needs to be vaccinated, roll out and disseminate the same to the public. From Sir Samuel Rosal, giving people a choice of vaccine. From Ms. Joyce Ann De La Cruz Prakash, giving people incentive once vaccinated.
Ayun, so those are surprises. Surprise sa customer. So sabi ni Sir James, isolated rooms for each recipient. Okay. Sige, so that is going beyond our requirement. how can we be delighted naman sabi doon sa third stage? How can we be delighted bilang customer nitong vaccination program ng gobyerno? Ako may nakita ko, I think that's in Marikina. Pero siguro may category lang kung sino yung bibigyan, ano. Hindi ko alam kung totoo to, may bike at saka may phone. Totoo ba yun? But for selected lang people, maybe frontliners, I don't know. So, nakaka-delight naman yun. May bike at saka may phone. O baka gina-joke lang ako nung nakita ko. May paraffol. May paraffol yung baka paraffol yun tapos nanalo siya. Pwede rin naman. So, nakaka-delight din naman yun. Oh, okay. Napabalita sa isang probinsya to encourage. Yes. Merong isang LGU na nagpartner with with a gasoline station, and pag nagpabakuning drivers, may free 500 worth of gas, no. May follow-up pa survey, that would be a delight. Tinitingnan kung anong effect ng vaccine sa iyo. Pwede rin naman yan, Ma'am Diana. Maganda nga rin po yan. That could be a delight to us. No, alamin man lang nila kung anong naging effect. Lalo na dun sa mga nagkaroon ng adverse side effect. Sige, very good po. So, yun, no? So, itong mga ahensya providing the services could also look into itong mga stages ng customer satisfaction nila as a way of continual improvement. So we go beyond meeting. Okay naman yun we meet consistently yung kanilang requirements. But what's next after that? So maybe you could surprise them. At kung kayo ay consistent na sa pag-surprise sa kanila, maybe you could delight them as well. Okay. Sige, syempre po marami tayong dapat i-consider sa pagbigay ng mga customer satisfaction level na yun. Okay? So, what we're saying, the agency should go beyond the quality of its products and services, and the minimum quality of its products and services, and the needs and expectations of its clientele or customers. What we started doon sa ating certification for ISO 9001 is conforming or conformance to the minimum requirements. Kailangan kasi we have to conform to the standards of 9001. So that's meeting the requirement. But eventually, we continue to take it to the next level. Next level na yung pag-practice, ng mga procedures, nag-i-improve na siya, eventually nag-i-streamline na siya, as well as the systems and the standards of the agency. So that is also part of sustaining success of the management system. Leveling up, kumbaga. Okay, so next please. Okay, so we have learned from the 9001 that the quality of an organization, of an agency, means that a certain degree to which the characteristics of the organization's products and services fulfill the needs and expectations of its customers as well as other interested parties. So it's really up to the organization to determine what is relevant to sustaining its success. So in this slide are examples of beyond minimum requirement or going beyond the requirement. No, as an example, yung clearance, halimbawa, issued by an agency na ang expectation ay ma-approve at ma-release siya within 3 working days. Yun yung commitment ng agency at yun yung inaasahan ng kanyang customer. No? So, going beyond the requirement could mean releasing it within the day. So, instead of 3 working days na commitment ng agency sa Citizens Charter niya, pwedeng going beyond the requirement means less time na ma-release yung clearance. Pwede rin naman, kung hindi naman kaya, since ngayon ay malaki na ang demand for e-copies, baka po instead of the hard copy, the usual hard copy that is released as a clearance, pwede na siyang PDF with QR code. So, kaya lang ang impact nun, kailangan yung tatanggap ng clearance na yon ay nag-accept ng QR code at ng PDF. Pero kung pwede, why not, 'di ba? Less paper, less hassle para kuhain yung hard copy na clearance, no? So, pwedeng yun ang beyond the minimum requirement. Or the clearance directly sent to the stakeholder agency. Instead of you na nag-apply for clearance, for it to be used to submit to another agency, why not them submitting it directly to the agency? No? Di ba, supposedly yun yung ideal, no? If the transaction cuts across several agencies, sana si client sa isa lang pupunta, tapos aabangan na lang niya doon sa last agency. Kasi supposedly tayo seamless na, no? So yun yung isang ideal na sana, no, sa transactions with government agencies. So why not, no? Kung kakayanin, why not? For example, in a hospital naman po, if the product is a medical exam or result, no? So yun yung service pala, yun yung service, yung result, no? Diagnosis with result. If it's committed by the agency for it to be ready after 5 working days, pwedeng beyond requirement, it could be less than 5 days. Or to surprise the customer, yung result na yun may kasamang referral to a specialist, lalo na kung may findings, no, at kailangang i-refer to another doctor. That would be a surprise to the customer. O kaya naman, instead of you following it up, ino-notify ka na lang through text. No, yan din ay isa sa mataas na demand ngayon na medyo nare-realize na ng citizen na hassle yung pagpunta sa mga agencies on site, kasi yung iba can offer naman the same services online. So yan ay minimum ayan ay meeting beyond the requirements of the customers, no. O kaya naman scan copy sent through email yung result instead of you picking it up from the hospital or the center, no. So ayun po, yun ang mga examples ng going beyond minimum requirements. No, sa inyo po ba may ganon? Ano kaya yung kino-consider nyo na beyond minimum requirement na ino-offer nyo na at binibigay nyo na sa inyong customers, sa inyong mga ahensya? Can you give an example? What can you consider services beyond minimum?
Anyone from YouTube and from our Zoom participants? Free photocopies of documents, sabi ni Sir Jerry.
Wow, okay. Parang hindi na nga sila lalabas at maghahanap ng photocopying.
Anyone else po? So yung question, Miss Ai, is services that are beyond, tama po ba?
What do you consider in your respective agencies the services that you provide that are beyond minimum requirements? Sa tingin nyo ay beyond yon sa minimum na ine-expect sa inyo?
Nag-add si Sir Jerry. Nire-refer pa daw kasi sa ibang building, so hassle pagka walang so hassle daw sa customer, tapos if not time consuming. Totoo naman po yan, sir.
Correct, sir. Opo. Naghahanap pa sila ng photocopying services.
Anyone from YouTube po? Baka merong gusto may naiisip ang ating participants from there. Meron po.
Okay. Beyond minimum, yes. Pwede naman. Beyond minimum requirements. Pag wala naman kayong commitment to provide them their snacks and lunch, Tapos nagulat sila, no? Meron pala. Di okay. Online payment facility, yes. Maganda yan, no? So, yun nga, yun yung demand ngayon ng citizen, eh. Yung online payment of taxes, meron din mga ganyan na ngayon. Mga one-stop shop, those are going beyond minimum requirements. Prioritization of request, consideration of request. Yun pong mga gender-sensitive facilities natin. At saka po yung mga, yung kasama ba doon yung PWD, mga facilities na gano'n. Pinaprovide din, di ba, ng mga frontline agencies. So those are beyond minimum requirements.
Ms. I from, sorry, excuse me, Ms. I, from BFP po, Muntinlupa, online application of business permits. That's from Mount Virginia, maintaining open lines of communication 24/7. Tapos kay Ma'am Joyce.
Ayun, maganda yun, yes.
Free trainings for micro enterprises to help them comply to safety and health requirements.
Ayun, very good. Sige po. So there are complementing services aside from those that we have committed para po maka-comply sila sa ating mga requirements. Yes, that's good. Yun nga po, pag-advance natin sa technology para makakope din tayo doon sa trend ngayon kasi yun na rin po yung inaasahan ng ating citizen. Okay. Payo ba, meron tayong beyond minimum requirement dito sa course na ito? May pa-free snacks ba tayo sa kanila?
Well, usually nagbibigay lang tayo ng sa Google. For me, yung sa Google Classroom natin. But because there are some email addresses that cannot access, we provide an additional G-Link drive for those who cannot access. So magbibigay tayo, maglalagay tayo. So for me, parang a little bit above average yung ginagawa nating service for them actually. Because the DAP, we uphold a certain standard for excellence kasi and productivity. So anything that we can help with the participants have an easy time accessing or makakuha ng information, that's what we strive to do.
Yes, thank you. So for you to be delighted or surprised, so meron po kaming mga readily available materials to be accessed online. Accessible siya online. Part po nung 9004, yung assessment tool, meron din po kaming ipoprovide sa inyo. But of course, that is for training purposes. But you can access that tool also. Later on po, ibibigay ni Mahal. Okay? Hi, time check. It's 10:15. What time do we have a break?
Actually, in 1 minute, ma'am. Siguro, can we wrap up? Siguro 1 minute and then we will have a 10-minute break.
Okay, sige. So, yun nga po, itong mga examples na to, syempre marami pa yan sa government agencies. Yun nga po, I noticed that dun sa mga nasamahan na namin na certified to ISO 9001 at yung mga magpapa-certify pa lang, we are really above minimum requirements na, no? Bihira na yung hanggang minimum lang. In fact, kung they're meeting the minimum requirement or they're not meeting minimum requirements, they have strategies in place to go beyond minimum requirements. Ito ang ginagawa natin ng mga online transactions na are beyond minimum na. No, so talagang there is a silent competition ngayon among government agencies. No, so yun po. The next slide would be QM principles, but sige po, let's pause for a break muna.
Sige po. Alright. Sige, magbe-break po muna tayo for 10 minutes po. Stop share lang po muna ako. Sige po, 10 minutes break po tayo. Balik po tayo ng 10:25 po. Okay na po ba? Nakapag-copy na po ba ang lahat? Okay na po ba? Kamusta na? Nakapag-copy po ba?
Yes po.
Sige po, ma'am. Sige po. Sige po, mag-share screen po ako ulit. Siguro continue tayo, no, Miss Ai? Sige. Saan ba tayo nag-ano? Yan, dito tayo. Sige.
Alright, welcome back.
Welcome
So
back
kung kayo
po.
ay nag-coffee, yung iba ay nag-snacks na, kami ay hindi pa. Tea lang, tea at saka water. Alright, sige, next slide please. So, alam ko po na karamihan sa inyo kabisado na yung quality management principles. Ano nga po ulit yon? We have customer focus, leadership, engagement of people, process approach, improvement, evidence-based decision-making, and relationship management. So yun yung tinuro sa atin ng 9001. And basically, ito pa rin naman ang reference ng 9000 form. No? Ito yung pinagbasihan din na framework ng 9000 form. So ideally, these quality management principles are applied to achieve sustained success. So alam naman natin that the same QM principles are applied to ISO 9001. So dito rin sa 9004, when we follow the standards, we also adhere or apply this 7 QM principles. But we pay particular attention to customer focus and relationship management to meet the needs and expectations of interested parties. So why focus on relationship management? The relationship management principle here does not limit the agency to suppliers and service providers only. So unlike what we have focused on 9001 maybe, relationship management in the 9004 does not pertain only to suppliers and service providers. No? So they also include other interested parties considered relevant by the agency. Among them are our partner agencies or organizations or institutions. Pwedeng international organizations, local organizations, other partner agencies for programs and projects. These are also interested parties. The general public are interested parties. They become customers when they avail of our services. No, so but the general public are always interested parties of government agencies. And the oversight agencies as well. So these are also interested parties wherein we should apply that relationship management principle when we transact and interact with them. So these interested parties that I mentioned, they affect the delivery of our services. Our decisions for some of the agencies, diba, they affect how we do things, how we decide within the agency. Some of the oversight agencies affect our budget. So alam nyo na naman kung anong agency yun. No? They would also be affecting our programs, the way we deliver our programs. So makaka-apekto yung decision ng ibang interested parties, particularly yung mga oversight agencies natin. So imagine that halimbawa you have a very good program planned for the agency, world-class program or initiative. Pero due to concerns on budget, ineffective partnership, or worse, may mga protest on the program, imagine not being able to implement that very good program because of the interested party. So we treat them like the way we treat our customers also. We give them importance as well, yung ating interested parties considered relevant by us in the agency. Okay po. Next, please. Okay, so we have various interested parties. So alam naman natin na na-realize na yan natin by now. No? So the needs and expectations of each interested party that we consider relevant may be unique. Merong pagkakaiba, may uniqueness ang bawat isa when it comes to their needs and expectations from us as an agency. Meron din naman pareho lang sila ng expectation or need. They may be similar or associated, connected with each other. Meron din naman contradicting. Yun ang gusto nating i-facilitate or i-manage, yung mga contradicting or conflicting needs and expectations ng bawat interested party natin. And also, these needs and expectations may change rapidly, pabago-bago, no? So, the means by which we address these needs and expectations, the means by which they express their expectations may take a wide variety of forms, no? The way they demonstrate what they need and expect, and the way we address this, pwedeng magkaroon ng differences or pwedeng magkaroon ng pagkakaiba sa bawat interested party na nakaka-interact natin. So one way is to cooperate with them, no? So cooperation is a two-way process. In this approach, we collaborate with the concerned party to produce useful, fruitful outputs or decisions. For example, when LGUs collaborate with its constituents on some matters that need to be decided upon, no? So may cooperation doon sa mga mamamayan ng LGU at ng LGU mismo. So two-way yon, no? And then the DOH, its programs with the LGUs. So may cooperation yung dalawa, hindi pwedeng magkaroon ng contradiction in some programs. So dapat mag-usap at makapag-implement ng maayos, no, yung DOH at ng LGU. For example, yung ating programa, the government's program on war on drugs, so the PNP, the OP with the PNP, so may cooperation dun sa war on drugs. The agency with private organizations, pwede rin naman government to private, no? So those that have no financial obligation, meron silang cooperation, meron namang mga ganun mga programs without financial obligation. And the agency with its internal interested parties, yung employees union, no? So they cooperate, yung employees union with the management of the agency. Pwede rin naman po, when we try to address the needs and expectations of interested parties, we negotiate. No, win-win. Maaring may conflicting insights or decisions, or conflicting may conflict ang bawat isa, no? Agencies may find ways to have a win-win approach with interested parties, katulad ng ginagawa ng ibang agencies with its protesters. Hindi naman nila pinababayaan lang magprotesta sa labas yun. Somehow, they try to negotiate, know what they need, and try to come up with a win-win decision. And then, for example, DTI with establishment owners when it comes to food products, no, or food services, no. So the DTI negotiate with some establishment owners para to effectively implement itong mga policies and programs nila.
Hindi, mahihilo ka dyan.
Yes.
Promise.
Opo, pamute na lang po muna. Thank you po. Pasensya na, Miss Ai, go ahead.
Okay, sige, thank you. Napindot po siguro. Okay, for another example of negotiating with interested parties. For example, the LGU negotiating with displaced families in their jurisdiction. Di ba, nag-negotiate naman sila. And then, ganun din naman sa internal interested parties, the agency negotiating with its employees through the employees union. So, we can make negotiation naman with interested parties kung kinakailangan. Some would outsource to address interested parties. Common yung outsourcing of IT products and services. And then, the agency, usually, if an in-depth survey is needed, no, an agency will outsource the services of a private organization to gather citizen satisfaction rating para rin unbiased din naman yung results. para independent yung result, no? So in-outsource. Pwede rin naman ganun. O kaya naman the DPWH outsourcing the implementation of an infrastructure project. Pwede rin naman yun, no? Kasi syempre po para po yung for efficiency rin ng resources. So outsourcing could be part of addressing the needs and expectations of interested parties kung hindi kakayanin ng agency na i-provide yon ng ahensya mismo. Ina-outsource ko. And then, pwede rin naman, no, kung medyo gearing towards a negative result, ang partnership or ang interaction with an interested party or the relationship with the interested party, we can also terminate yung negative, medyo negative side naman yun. Terminate the activity or the partnership with the interested party when performance is not effective or hindi na productive. Okay, so but these are ways to address, no. Okay, may gusto bang share? Wala naman. Okay, consequently, the organization should also consider the interrelationship of these interested parties when addressing their needs and expectations. Sabi ko nga, some interested parties may have similar needs and expectations with the other interested parties. So hindi naman may iwasan minsan you have to collaborate with several interested parties, and these interested parties should also collaborate with one another or interact with one another. So if you belong to that group na several interested parties, no, remember to not create barriers or use divisive approach, especially when interested parties need to have effective interactions with one another. Kumbaga, facilitate yung smooth transaction among your interested parties. Huwag sila sanang magkaroon ng mga conflicting decisions, no? Kundi may ipit ka, may hirapan ka rin as an agency. So for example, yung COVID-related programs natin, kailangan smooth yung interaction ng DOH, ng IATF, ng LGUs, and ng OP. Dapat magkasundo sila, kundi may ipit tayo na beneficiary and customers ng programa na ito. For another example, katulad ng binigay ko kanina, yung election-related activities ng COMELEC, yung kanyang interested parties na LGUs, the PIA, the Philippine Information Authority, at saka yung private na service provider na kanyang mga applications for the voters registration, kailangan itong mga interested parties na to somehow may smooth interaction din. At yan ay dapat na facilitate ng ahensya, ng lead agency. No, kasi syempre po magre-reflect yung kanilang decision doon naman sa services nila sa kanilang sa general public or sa voters or sa citizen. Ayun. Okay, so in other words, we need to promote collaboration among our other interested parties as well, lalo na kung kailangan talagang nagtutulungan ng bawat isang interested parties natin. Okay, sige po. So, we are about to have an exercise or workshop. Is there any question muna po before we proceed with the workshop? Or anything you'd like to share po? Sa YouTube ba meron tayong katanungan? Anyone, Miss Maan?
Oo, wala pa, Miss Ai. Wala pa. So wait lang. Check ko lang po. Double check natin. Sandali lang po. Anyone from the room? Wala pa po, ma'am. Wala pa. Po.
Okay.
So, tapos na po kasi tayo for module 1. Tama ba, ma'am? Mag-exercise muna tayo. Baka po meron pang iba dyan na may mga questions, clarifications po. Wala po sa whitey, sabi ni Sir Peds. Okay.
Okay. Sige, we have a
Yes po, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay po. So we have a few more slides before the second module. So ano muna tayo magpa-workshop muna tayo sa Zoom participants natin. Okay? Sige po. So in this workshop exercise. In this exercise. Sige, in this exercise po, we will be grouping you into 4, tama ba Miss Maan? 4 agencies?
Hindi ma'am, magpa-5 po tayo, tas random po.
Okay, sige. We will be grouping you into 5 agencies. Wherein you
5 groups,
have
ma'am, sorry. 5 groups po. 5 groups po, tapos random po.
Okay, 5 groups. So, magse-select po kami ng members for 5 groups. What you will do is within your group, you will discuss the customers of each agency, the product or service of each agency, one lang po, at least one po. And the commitment of that agency, parang yung katulad ng example natin kanina, no? So, per service or per product, ano po yung kino-consider ninyo na beyond minimum requirement na kaya nyong ibigay or i-commit? Kaya nyong i-provide or baka pino-provide nyo na? So that will be per group. Per group, no? So discuss among yourselves po. Sana bawat agency ay may entry.
Sige po. Ma'am, i-open ko na po yung rooms. Tama po ba?
Yes, Maan.
Okay.
Saan nila kukunin yung template?
Ito po, nag-post po tayo ng workshop link po dito po sa ating chat box. Kindly access na lang po. So, ang gagawin po natin, please join po yung mga rooms natin. Sige po. I-assign ko na lang po kayo pag wala pa po kayong rooms. Sige, papa-join na lang po. If you have any difficulty with regards to joining the rooms, please do let us know. Kindly join po. So may mga sila Ma'am Diana, si Sir Jesus, si Sir Jerry, si Ma'am Joanna, si Ma'am May. Pa-join na lang po dun sa mga rooms na naka-assign sila. Or i-assign ko na lang po kayo. Kindly join na lang po. Okay na po ba? Na-access na po ba yung workshop links? So I would like to just reconfirm po for our participants. Kindly join po doon sa mga rooms na inassign po kayo. Were you able to join po?
Hello po sa ating pong mga participants sa plenary. Kindly join your respective breakout rooms. May I request PSHS, PSU, NAPOLCOM, Miss Sarah, DILG, Dario 6, Miss Angela, PCW to please join your respective rooms. Thank you so much. Sir Jeric, Miss Angela, Miss Joanna, Miss Rachel. Kindly join na lang po your respective breakout rooms. This will be done for 30 minutes. Thank you so much. Sige po, for the participants in the plenary remaining here, kindly inform us if you're encountering some concerns po. Thank you.
Maan? Maan, nandyan ka? Maan, are you there? Angie, are you there?
Yes po, Miss I. I'm here po.
Angie, hindi sila nakakapag-share screen.
Sige po, i-adjust ko po yun yan. Multiple participants can share simultaneously. Yan, pwede
Sige,
na po.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello po. Kamusta na po? Nakapag ano po ba? Nakapag input na po ba tayo? Tapos na po? You may unmute po. Opo, nagsara na po tayo ng ng kwarto po. 11:13 na po kasi. So we are automatically back po sa ating main room po. Salamat po. Opo. Sige po, share screen lang po muna ako at sa ating workshop 1 po. Sige po. Siguro po maganda mag-assign tayo kung sino magre-report for each group. Sige po. Kita po ba ang ating workshop 1? Kita po ba ng lahat? Sige po. So check natin si group 1. Meron na po. Group 2. Parang sa group 3 po wala pong nag-input. Group 4 and then group 5. So kompleto po tayo. Sige po. Miss Ai, nandiyan na po ba sila?
Yes, Maan, I'm here.
Oo. So Miss Ai, gawin na natin. Pwede na ba sila mag-present?
Sige. So, can we just select mga two groups muna and then let's run through their outputs later.
Ako na po mamimili for you, Miss Ai.
Sige, please.
Sige, oo. Alright, sige, let's do group 5. Sa group 5, Ma'am Ai. Sige po. Anyone who would like to present po from group 5 po? Anyone po from group 5? Sino po ba yung nasa group 5 natin kanina? Sila Ma'am Diana, si Sir Brian, sila Ma'am Jemeline. Tama po ba? Sino po kayang pwedeng report for room 5? For group 5 pala. Anyone po? Anyone who would like to volunteer? Sila Ma'am Diana. Ma'am Diana, are you there po ba?
Yes po, ma'am.
Ma'am, baka po pwedeng pa-present na lang po itong for group 5. Kung ano po yung inputs nila. Nabasa lang po, ma'am. Pa-share na lang po. Opo. Nakikita po ba sa screen?
Yes po, ma'am. Nakikita naman.
Opo. Sige po, ma'am. Kung okay lang pong pa-share na lang, pa-report na lang po itong inputs ng group 5 po for exercise 1 po.
Sige. For group 5, we're from DILG and PCW ata yun. Yan. And then another agency pa. But we have inputted 2 for examples for this exercise. The first is for this input came from DILG. Tatlo pala yung inputs namin. So let me first read the first row. The customer is students, and then the product service is enrollment. The commitment of the agency who provided the input is to provide efficient and fast procedure. The identified requirement that is beyond the minimum is meron silang online enrollment. Maybe, kumbaga, nagawa siya because of the pandemic na para hindi tayo mag face-to-face na during enrollment. So, meron silang na-develop na online enrollment. So, maybe they identified the online enrollment as beyond minimum requirement because the usual enrollment process naman is face-to-face because of the payment, kung may mga kulang pa, lacking requirements to enroll for this next level. And for DILG input, our customer, Actually, maraming services na pinoprovide si DILG, but we are speaking in behalf of the Bureau na kami yung nagmamanage ng service na yun. One of which is the issuance of foreign travel authorities. And our customer dito is the local government officials and employees. The commitment, actually ito yung objective ng aming, kasi enrolled siya as an ISO process. So yung one objective of this process, of this service, is to be able to process the request within or in 7 working days upon receipt. And then what we identified as beyond minimum requirement is we gave the clients, the local government officials and employees applying for the said issuance ng Foreign Travel Authority is we are giving them 3 modalities for them on how to apply. Though online lahat naman sila, one, they can apply online via online system. Merong dinevelop na specifically for the request for foreign travel authorities. Meron siyang system. Though minsan kasi na may mga technical glitches. So if that would be the case, they can apply via the data management system, submitting the requirements sa aming DILG field offices. And then DILG field offices to submit it via the DMS. It's an online platform din. And one also, although this is the fastest, is through email. Again, dadaan din siya sa aming field offices. The usual kasi is the local government officials and employees who are requesting for such service, kumbaga hard copies yan. So papareceive kay field office until such time na makarating sa central office yung kanilang request. And for the third example is the customer identified is the government agencies. And then the service is to provide technical services and ensures the development of institutional capabilities for gender and development mainstreaming of government agencies and selected partners. The commitment is to create an enabling environment for government and other stakeholders to be more responsive in achieving gender equality. What is beyond the minimum requirement is the provision of technical assistance to government agencies and support to distressed clients. Yan. Maybe yung dalawa na hindi galing sa DILG, if they want to expound more on the beyond minimum requirements na na-identify nila, they can do so. Baka hindi ko kasi siya na-explain ng mabuti po. So that's it for our group. Thank you po.
Okay po. Anyone else po from Group 5 who would like to expound on the presentation? Doon po sa dalawang inputs na iba? Or okay na po yung presentation ni Ma'am Diana from DILG? Anyone po from Group 5? Sige po. Kung wala na pong additional, can we give our presenter, si Ma'am Diana, virtual clap po? Pwede po tayong dyan sa may reaction po. Yan, dun po sa ating reaction, pwede po natin siyang bigyan ng tada o kaya po virtual clap. Bigay po tayong virtual clap. Okay, Miss Ai, pwede po bang mag-proceed tayo doon sa isang presentation or would you like to give your comments po dito?
Sige, mag-present muna.
Sige. Ako na po pipili for you.
Go
Sige.
ahead.
Sige po. Si Group 2 po. Anyone from Group 2? Sino po ba yung nasa Group 2 natin? Check po lang po yung sa breakout rooms. Dito po si Napolcom 4, si Ma'am Rachel, si Sir Romel, at si Ma'am Marilyn. Sino po ang nasa Group 2? Sino pong gusto mag-volunteer? Si Ma'am Marilyn po ba? Si Ma'am Rachel or si Sir Romel? Sige po. Tawag na lang po ako. Ma'am Marilyn, nandyan po ba sila? Or Sir Romel? May I hear your voices po? Hello po, ma'am, sir. Anyone po from Group 2?
Hi, ma'am.
Hi po, ma'am. Sino po? Hello po, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Ma'am Rachel, Napolcom po. Tama po ba? Okay po.
Opo. Ma'am, kasi kanina magka-chat po kami ni Ma'am Marilyn. Medyo may problem lang siya sa sa audio kasi ma'am nagsasalita daw siya. Kaya lang sa akin walang lumalabas na audio. Medyo
ayun
nagkaroon kami ma'am ng difficulty sa pag-prepare. So,
okay lang
siya
po.
na lang mismo yung nakapag-prepare nito since nga hindi nagkakaroon kami ng difficulty.
Okay po. Sige po. Ma'am, kayo po ba magpe-present for Group 2 na lang instead?
Paano ba?
Kahit po i-read nyo na lang po muna.
Sige
tapos
ma'am, sige i-present ko na po on behalf of our group. Magandang umaga po. Ako po si Rachel Gahite from Napolcom 4A. So, our group came up with these processes po. Yan. Okay, we have a customer. No? So, concerned personnel or offices directed by COA in its findings. So, product or service, provide an efficient and effective monitoring system of the AOMs from COA. So, what is the agency's commitment? So, quality objective to help various offices of the provincial government attain minimal or zero audit observation memo from COA and consequentially help these offices attain zero notice of disallowance for the calendar year. So what is the beyond minimum requirement? So to continuously monitor the summary of audit observations and recommendations to limit and even eradicate the previous AOMs to the best of the office's ability by keeping track of the actions taken by respective offices. So basically monitoring ng AOMs and ang pinaka-goal is mabawasan or totally mawala na sa listahan ng AOMs ng bawat opisina yung ganoong klaseng audit finding from COA. Then next po is customer patrons, senior and junior high school. So product and service, reader service, and circulation services. So ito ay pang school. So what is the agency's commitment? Agency limits 5 minutes answered queries from the patrons, borrowing books from Xerox within 15 minutes. So what is the beyond minimum requirement? For readers services, 3 minutes to answer their queries. With inquiries with provide relative material circulation services. We give more than 15 minutes to return the materials. So, medyo hindi ko lang po, ma'am, maybe ito ay isa sa mga services po nila, Ma'am Marilyn, since siya ay working sa isang state university. Yan po.
Okay po. Sige, thank you po, ma'am. Sige po, can we give them a virtual, okay lang po. Can we give them a virtual clap po? Or tada, sa ating reaction box. Virtual clap po tayo. Salamat po sa nag-present. Sige, ma'am, go ahead po. Sorry po. Yung po bang other members po ng Group 2, sorry, baka po meron kayong gustong inputs na idagdag. Meron pa po ba from Group 2? Wala na po ba?
Ma'am, siguro magdagdag na rin ako. Kasi
po,
nabanggit ko po na nagkakaroon ako ng difficulty na dahil naka-cellphone po ako. Dagdag ko lang, ang customer is mga civilian and uniformed personnel po of the PNP. So ang product and service naman ay PNP entrance and promotional examinations. So ano po yung commitment po ng aming agency? It is to produce eligibles na pwede pong mag-apply sa police service as patrolman or patrolwoman. And sa side naman ng promotional is for us to be able to produce promotables, no, para tumaas sila sa rank sa PNP. Then siguro ang maiaano ko, ma'am, na beyond minimum requirement namin, sa side lang naman ito, ma'am, ng aming regional office. Since ang mga aplikante po nanggagaling sa iba't ibang probinsya ng region, so may simple lang kaming libre minsan ng aming water for the applicants. Syempre, maaga silang nakapila. And also we offer free photocopy sa kanila. Halimbawa po, especially yung ating po mga kapulisan, sa dami ng kanilang ginagawa, minsan ang nadadala nilang copy ng attested appointment, original copy. So kailangan lang naman namin photocopy. Pina-photocopy na po namin ng libre para po hindi na sila mag-intindi ng mga papeles nila. Yan po. Yun lang naman ma'am ang aking dagdag na inputs po. Salamat po.
Salamat po. Go ahead, Miss I.
Sige, thank you. It's good to know na yung mga shinare nila ay very customer focused when it comes to meeting the requirements and even going beyond the requirements. And it's also good to know that yung customers na tinutukoy nila didn't just include yung external, meron dito maging yung internal customers nila, meron ding beyond minimum requirement na pwedeng i-offer ng ahensya. Syempre po ito ay makakatulong din sa overall services ng agency pag ang internal requirements naman or internal customers mo naman ay satisfied din. So chain yan magiging chain reaction yan So maganda rin I'd like to commend yung mga initiatives nila to provide simple comfort to their clients or customers mga additional resources that they may be needing, yung convenience ng kanilang clients, for example, yung kanina yung sa students, since ang available resource talaga naman ngayon sa mga kabataan ay laptop at saka cellphone. So yung online enrollment is very helpful para sa kanila. Syempre, rin yun para ma-address din yung concerns on safety during these times. Yung pagiging responsive din nung action nila to go beyond minimum requirements na kino-consider yung future needs ng kanilang clients. So parang yung program may complementing activities para mas madaling ma-implement ni client yung kaninang sharing. So meron din doon referral to other agencies para ma-assist si client. So that is being responsive then. So the beyond minimum requirement may not necessarily be the same area with the commitment of the agency, pero siya ay pangtulong para ma-provide or somehow mas maging komportable at mas magkaroon ng somehow convenience sa part ni client. So that's good to know. That's very good po. Commendable ang inyo pong mga actions. So thank you and thank you. Congratulations sa mga nag-share po. Alam na alam nyo yung inyong agency. Okay. Sige, Miss Maan. So tingnan natin yung ibang outputs. I-ano lang natin sa screen. I-share lang natin sa screen. Miss Maan?
Hello, ma'am. Sorry. Sige po, yung sa group 2 daw, the presented data were actually from the province of Sorsogon, Internal Audit Unit, and Office of the Librarian. Yung sa group 2 po. Sige po, dun tayo sa group 1. Yan.
I-share lang natin.
Opo. So siguro yung first entry, ma'am, so yung sa DOH po, for indigent patients, so medical assistance for indigent patients. Tapos yung commitment po ni DOH is to provide adequate and fast assistance on indigent patients who request for medical assistance. As kanilang beyond minimum requirement, the staff themselves make the request for the requesters, even beyond office hours.
Ano naman yan?
Opo, nakakatuwa naman. So, PCW naman sa government agencies oversees the GAD plans and budget. So, they ensure implementation and monitor the performance of government agencies in the implementation of the plan on all levels. So yung kanilang beyond minimum requirement, they are the personnel are answering queries, and of course again beyond working hours. Dito naman po sa third nila sa students, ang kanilang customer feedback handling ang product service nila. Ang kanilang commitment ay to handle customer feedback. The CFM team they process the feedback updates to their customers regarding their complaints, and if necessary, magko-conduct po sila ng follow-up of repeat transaction para po ma-validate ang improvement. So ito po yung sa group 1. Tapos, usap po tayo sa group 2. Tingin po tayo sa si group 3 po ay wala po silang input po kasi mukhang nag-meeting daw po ata kaagad sa yung mga members nila. So siguro po ito last nilang for group 4. Ang customer ay LGU, ang kanilang product service ay pag-issue ng Department of Authority to purchase motor vehicles. So sila po, ang commitment nila is within 7 working days upon request po. Pero ang kanilang ginagawa ay nag-advance copy sila of the DA directly po dun sa LGUs. And then last but not the least, ito pong public, private individuals or corporations, ang kanilang product service, pag-provide po ng data. Isa pong sample ay yung spatial maps. Ang kanilang pong commitment ay i-deliver ang request within 1 to 3 days ng simple transaction, 5 to 7 days for complex, and 20 days for highly technical po na mapa. Pero ang kanila pong ginagawa ay beyond minimum requirement. Nag-regular updating po sila ng status ng request to clients kasi nga po doon sa delivery days po. Ayun po, ma'am.
Sige. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for sharing those information. So common din yung less than the committed turnaround time. Common din yan sa sa beyond minimum requirement. Okay po, so let's move on to our discussion. Let's continue our discussion. So nasa pa rin tayo na discussion on interested parties kasi ito ay isa sa focus noong 9004. So we have learned that yung needs and expectations nila ay continuously evolving, pabago-bago, etc. etc. So this time, tingnan natin yung mga typical interested parties, mga common interested parties that an agency or an organization has for its system or nakakaapekto sa system nila, no. So alam natin na kanina pa rin natin nababanggit na yung interested parties may differ or may vary significantly over time. May mababawas, may madadagdag, may magbabago sa kanilang expectations or needs, and nagbabago rin siya depende sa organization, depende sa ahensya, sa industry, sa mandate mo, sa kultura, and syempre across all nations na pabago-bago yung mga interested parties na yan. So in this diagram, in this figure, ito yung mga examples. Ito yung maaring laging nasa makikita or maaring laging relevant doon sa ahensya or sa organization. So bawat ahensya or bawat organization, merong partner or supplier. So ano ba ang kadalasang expectation or need ng mga partners or suppliers natin? Of course, our suppliers, ito ay business pa rin naman. This is a source of income for them. Yung partnership ninyo with them is an income for them, a source of income. So our partnership will affect their sustainability as an organization. Kaya po, syempre, yung mga payment natin sa kanila, ano yung mga agreement natin sa kanila, dapat mutually beneficial at nasusunod din natin, no? Hindi two sides yan. So two-way kumbaga yung benefit niyan. So dapat yung mga commitments natin sa kanila, payment halimbawa ay on time at kompleto, di ba? So ayun naman yung in-expect sa atin kadalasan ng ating suppliers and partners. When it comes to the society, syempre po, every organization belongs to a community or a society or a group of people or organization. So we have social responsibility, lalo na tayo as a government agency. So we are expected by the society to be transparent, no? transparency of information, kaya nga po required na ngayon yung freedom of information, yung FOI. We also are expected to set the good example to the community and the entire citizenry. Tayo mismo ay nagpapakita, nagde-demonstrate ng magandang halimbawa ng pag-uphold ng ating mga values sa gobyerno, sa ating society. No, so, and then our employees, lahat naman ng organization, merong mga manggagawa, mga workers or employees or personnel, no, government employees, meron ng bawat ahensya. Kahit pa siguro maging high-tech na ang mga organizations, merong human resource yan. So, what do we expect? Tayo ay employees, no? Tayo ay government employees. So, what do we expect from our agency? So, yung work-life quality, just like any other organization, bawat empleyado nag-expect ng work-life, hindi na nga balance, quality, no? Work-life quality, fair treatment, and individual growth. So bilang interested party ng agency, dapat nababantayan din yan ng ahensya. For our shareholders, not all of us or not all organizations, lalo na ang government agencies, may mga shareholders, but for those who have yung mga compliance to agreements, to the contract, and the partnership should be mutually beneficial. Customers, dito sa 9004, customers are also considered part of the stakeholders or interested parties, no? Sila yung direct recipient ng ating services or products. And what do they expect? They expect at least consistent tayo with the commitment or the standards ng products or services, no, na siniset natin. Tayo nagsiset nun So, syempre po, i-achieve natin yon, and we are consistent with the achievement of the set quality standards. We are also our customers are also expecting responsiveness of our products and services, lalo na sa government agency. Medyo demanding na ngayon ang mamamayan, no? So we are expected to be responsive. Yung mga services natin ay kapaki-pakinabang, kumbaga. And then reliable. Reliable yung ating serbisyo sa ating clients and to the entire citizenry. Tayo po sa government, we always have oversight agencies, and at the minimum they expect our compliance to applicable requirements set by them. So ito po yung mga examples ng interested parties. You may have other interested parties, but ito yung medyo common sa lahat. Okay, lalo na sa government. Okay, next please. Okay, so another factor that affects sustained success would be the resources that we have. No, ito yung yung chain of resources and ano bang tawag dito? The hierarchy of resources and its impact. So kumbaga yung strategic effect ng resources and processes to the agency or organization. So this hierarchy includes the embedded resources, the processes, immediate results. These are the services or products that we provide, as well as the final results and impact. So it's a chain of not just resources but elements affecting the management system. So in this diagram, makikita nyo po may inputs and processes. Okay, so itong mga inputs na to, these are the resources that you have. Resources could be people, infrastructure, environment, the monitoring and measuring resources that you have, the tools that you have, the equipment that you have, and the organizational knowledge that you have, including information, of course. These are all important elements for us to produce the immediate results or outputs or the services or products we have committed to our clients. So we manage these inputs, these resources and processes para maibigay natin yung commitment natin, no, sa ating agency. So yung ating operational efficiency depend on the effective management of the interaction of this input process and output. So parang yung natutunan natin sa sa framework ng ISO 9001, di ba? So meron tayong input, meron tayong core processes, operational process, meron tayong support, and then these are used to produce the committed products and services. So yun. And then with the delivery of these outputs of these immediate results or the products and services, the management system is considered successful if the desired outcome is achieved. Meron pa rin naman tayong tina-target or goal na outcome eh. Hindi lang basta ma-deliver mo yung mandate at ma-deliver mo yung services na kinomit mo, okay na yun, no? We also have that desired outcome, and if we have achieved that desired outcome, then we can consider our management system successful. So it may also be considered more successful if the indirect outcome is achieved. Meron ding indirect outcome, no? Maaring ang impact nito is more wider than the desired outcome. So indirect siya, no? Achieving the direct and indirect outcomes are considered or is considered sustained success of the management system. So ma-achieve mo nga lang yung direct outcome is sustained success na, di lalo pa kung yung indirect outcome, malaki ang contribution mo doon. And the level of impact of the interactions in this chain determines the quality of the established management system. So, ang titingnan naman natin after that, kung na-achieve mo or nakakontribute ka dun sa indirect outcome, ano naman ang naging impact niyan? Impact sa maybe sa agency, impact sa community, sa society, or the country, di ba? Pwede rin yun. So, yun naman ang next level na titingnan natin, yung impact ng iyong management system. So, for example, the management system, ay ano pa, yung previous slide muna. Sorry. Sige, as an example po, using this diagram, no? The management system of a public specialty hospital. So, meron po tayong mga public hospital na may specialization talaga sila. So, meron pong, for example, the Lung Center of the Philippines, no? So, yung mga lung diseases, yung mga medical standards, sila po ang ano nun, kumbaga nagsiset, no? Syempre based on international standards po. So, itong mga medical standards and practices na to, for lung diseases, kailangan ina-update siya, syempre po, dinidisseminate din sa lahat ng public hospitals and hospitals as well, private and public. So, the immediate result may be expected from the public specialty hospital would be timely updating and dissemination. Kasi nga po, kung medyo hindi pa updated yung medical practices or standards na alam ng mga hospital, may tendency na makadagdag siya sa death rate, no, ng isang lung disease. So, pag na-achieve yun ni public specialty hospital, yung immediate result na yun, that is just meeting the requirement. And then, may outcome yun na expected, no? So, yung timely updating and dissemination of the medical standards for that specific disease could be a decrease in the death rate of that specific disease. Pwedeng ang direct outcome niya, pag bumaba yung death rate nung covered LGU niya, nung hospital na yun, that may be the direct outcome of the updating of the medical standards. Ang indirect outcome could be a decrease in the death rate of that specific disease within the country. So, syempre po, ang makakommit ng public specialty hospital, yung within its jurisdiction as a direct outcome. Pero indirectly, it could also mean an impact to the death rate of that specific disease within the country. So, that is an example of this chain of elements No, so in our management system, in our agencies, we should also be able to identify itong chain of elements na to, kung ano yung na-achieve natin. Kasi with this, maaring ito ang maging basis natin when we assess our level of maturity. No, ano na ba ang nagiging contribution natin dun sa indirect outcome, at ano na ba ang level of impact na natin, na-achieve natin. Okay, so mamaya po magagamit natin itong konsepto na ito doon sa ating self-assessment. Okay po, next please. Okay, next is, so ito yung sa, sa chain of elements within the management system. So we have the resources, the processes, and the outputs. No, so important factor din dun sa sustained success ay yung improvement in our processes. So kanina, understanding our interested parties and customers. Tapos yun nga yung effect ng effective management ng resources and the processes. Ngayon, how do we manage process improvement to contribute to the sustained success of your management system? Okay, so next slide please. So for a more effective identification and implementation of improvement in the process, it will be useful to consider the following. Okay. Sige, so next slide. When we improve our process, we need to know first and define the context of that process, why it is done, the purpose of that process. Kailangan ba siyang gawin or kailangan ba talaga siyang kasama doon sa sistema? So know the process, know and define that context of that process. And then know what to achieve with that process. No, meron ba itong success indicator, or define the success indicator, no, para alam ng lahat. Ano ba ang gusto nating ma-achieve out of this process? So ito rin naman yung ating pine-prepare na information when we do streamlining, no? Inaalam muna natin, meron bang ina-achieve para dito sa process na to? Kasi kung wala naman pala, pwede na siyang i-integrate somewhere or pwede nang i-eliminate, no? So know the objectives and the success indicators. And then know the outputs of that process, no? So ano ba yung mga tangible, something tangible that we can produce out of this process? So we need to know, no? We have to define. And we have to gather also the voice of our customers. And the voice of our customers, or VOC, come in many forms. No, so voices, hindi lang isa pero marami pala, no. They come in many forms, no. So we could gather and analyze from complaints, so not just survey. Yun yung common, yun yung typical, pero the voice of the customer could also be in the complaints that we receive. The information there could be their voice also. The feedback from social media could be the voice of our customers. Yung mga returned products or services, yung mga nagki-claim ng warranty, supposedly walang nagki-claim dapat, 'di ba? Kasi warranty ay kung sakaling merong parang hindi yun nakalagay do sa standards ng product, hindi mo yun ine-expect, no. So parang magiging void yung transaction, no. So pag walang nagki-claim ng warranty, ibig sabihin ayos yung standards ng product. Pero pag meron, ayun po. So that could be part of the voice of the customer also, yung mga warranty claims. Yun nga po, yung mga binabalik na serbisyo, pabalik-balik si customer. So pwede rin voice of the customer yun. Hindi man siya mag-complain, pero makikita mo na there's something wrong. Yun yung mga negative, no, yung mga complaints. Pero syempre po, there are also positive sources of voice of customer. Yung ating commendations, yung mga nare-receive nating mga commendations, no? Mga awards and recognition that we receive, these are also part of the voice of our customers. Yung sales din, no, ay a voice ng ating customers. So marami. So know where you could get the information on the voice of our customer. Know your sources. Kasi yun yung isa sa importanteng pwedeng pagkunan ng where to start your improvement, yung VOC or voice of customer. The impact of the process. So determine, define, and monitor or measure the impact to customers of that process. Ito bang proseso na to ay nakakapagpahirap sa kanila or ito po ay mas naging convenient ang kanilang transaction with us? So ano bang epekto nitong process na ginagawa natin? Nakaka-burden ba ito? Burden ba ito hindi lang sa customer pero sa employees ninyo? So know that impact of the process to your stakeholders as well, and to the society, baka po may ganun, no? And then there may be changes in operations or technologies or your industry or market. Ito yung sa 9001, planning for changes. There may be planned changes or changes in the future that will happen, hindi man immediate pero alam nyong may encounter ninyo. So anticipate and plan for the strategies to address these changes. Halimbawa, change in your structure, mga pagbabago siguro sa mga proseso ninyo, lalo na ngayon, transitioning from manual operations to paperless operations. Alam nating mangyayari yan. Napuwersa nga tayo dito sa pandemic situation natin. So, in the future, pwede pa rin nating pagplanuhan yung mga ganong changes in the processes, no? Adoption of to the new normal. Yan ay alam natin na talagang we need to adapt na to the new normal. Okay, adoption of new technology, lalo na yung ating technology ngayon, fast-paced. So, maaring ginagamit natin ngayon yung may version ng program, no? Ilang years lang, obsolete na. So, we need to anticipate also yung mga ganong changes in technology. Changes in the needs and expectations of interested parties. So sabi ko nga kanina, nagbabago rin ang needs and expectations ng interested parties. In fact, yung sinulat nyo nga po kanina na going beyond minimum requirements may be beyond minimum requirements now, pero later on siya ay requirement na lang, requirement na. So hindi na siya beyond but minimum na. 'Di ba? Pwedeng gano'n kasi parang yun na talaga yung nire-require ni customer. Pero sa ngayon, yun ay beyond minimum requirements para sa atin. So nagbabago ang needs ni interested party. Okay, ano pa? Yung mga resources and inputs na available sa atin ay part ng managing improvements in the process. It would be wise to know if the needed resources are readily available and also the cost or implication of acquiring these resources that are not yet available within the agencies. O kaya baka may alternatives to these resources before starting any process improvement. Mahirap na matigil or magkaroon ng stoppage in the process improvement because yung resources pala na kailangan mo ay hindi mo ma-acquire or hindi available or hindi existing. So, tama lang naman na alamin mo muna yung readily available resources din for efficiency na rin. And it is a fact that numerous improvement activities have not been undertaken by some agencies, even if they were properly planned, because of constraints in resources. Alam naman natin yan, no? Na-experience natin yan. The step-by-step activities are also considered in managing the processes, no? So, when we improve the process, we think of the step by step. Hinihimay natin, no? Hinihimay natin hangga't maaari yung kaliit-liitang detalye, inaalam natin about the process steps and its logical sequence. Kasi pwedeng magkaroon ng improvement in the sequence of the activities to make it more efficient. So pwede rin naman mag-integrate ng dalawa or tatlong steps into one step only. So in other words, carefully plan what to do when enhancing process steps, especially when it comes to activities, no? So maaring doon kayo magkaroon ng unang improvement doon sa process, doon sa step-by-step activities na yun. Okay, and do not forget a documented information to be maintained or retained when improving processes na ang ini-improve mo ay yung mga activities na nakapaloob dun sa processes na yun. Another factor to consider in managing the process improvement ay yung mga constraints, no? The ISO 9001 taught us to be proactive, yung risk-based thinking. So aside from risk and opportunities, yung mga constraints, mga pros and cons of the improvement activity or the program or the project ay mas magiging effective kung alam natin yung mga constraints, no? Syempre po, we have to be proactive and we have to consider cost and implications in addressing these constraints. Okay, and lastly, bilang proactive din, risks and opportunities are considered in processing, in improving the process, no? So we apply that risk-based thinking principle. So we define and communicate contingency action plans for this. Kasi baka may effect or baka may mga uncertainties na may encounter tayo in the improvement of the process. So kailangan medyo futuristic din ang approach natin doon sa pagkakaroon ng improvement in whatever process na gusto nating improve. Okay po. Questions? Any question?
Ma'am?
Okay.
Miss I, oo. Miss
Yes.
I, sorry. It is lunchtime na po.
Okay.
12.
Sige, 12 o'clock na pala.
Hindi ko rin
Exactly.
naramdaman na lunchtime na pala. Sige po. Lunch po, we will be coming back po at 1 p.m. po. You may unmute your, you may close your webcams po. You don't have to log out po. So we will be having our lunch po muna. Have a happy lunch. Balik po tayo ng 1 o'clock. Sige po. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Salamat, Miss I. Yung pong questions natin, let's park na lang po. When we go back po after lunch, we can entertain po yung questions nila. Also with the YouTube po, participants natin. Salamat. Arlene Ramirez. Ako kasi nag-ano nun, kita.
Arlene Ramirez. Yung Lurilin ko kasi namamanipulate ko yung Lurilin na unmute ko. Yun ang
O sige, Daplin Ramirez. Okay, hindi ka na makaka-rejoin ng meeting ha, once removed.
Pwede kung
Hindi mo na magagawa yan. Hindi mo...
ko yung Yahoo ko. Doon ako sumusum.
O sige, sige. Tanggalin ko na ha. Okay. Sige, asan ka na? Sandali ah. Asan ka na ba yung isa mong account? Ayun, Lurilin.
Ito.
Ma'am. Hindi, okay na. I-go-host kita. Alam mo ba? May tumawag daw kay Ada.
We are now faced with a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. This is the era of disruptive changes, information overload, and lightning-paced developments. This is the age of innovation. Because of these rapid changes in the globe, the needs of the people changed as well. New mindsets were formed as accessibility and online transactions become integral parts of daily lives. Having different platforms of commerce and communication, people have radically shifted to digitization and virtual activities. This radical trend has resulted to an inertia in national development and a widened gap with the government and the general public. Coupled with the diminishing public trust, today's leaders are faced with the greater challenge of bringing the government closer to the people. Innovation is the only way forward. More than just giving what the citizens need, the government should give what the people deserve. Thus, the birth of the Public Sector Productivity Innovation Laboratory has become imperative to equip the public servants with innovative skills as they become part of future-fit organizations. Along with integrity, transparency, accountability, and efficiency, Innovation Laboratory adds a key ingredient in fortifying the pillars of good governance, a new culture of innovation.
Hello, my name is Ino, and this is the PSP Innovation Laboratory in the Philippines, one of the country's efforts in preparing the nation through innovation programs in the public sector. We gather small cross-functional teams to collaborate, discuss, and develop new technologies, products, solutions, or programs. We unleash the skill to adapt experimental and innovative methods as the different agencies tackle social, political, and organizational issues. Our main objectives are to enhance citizen satisfaction, improve government efficiency, and strengthen public sector innovation. InnoLab is a venue for knowledge sharing, creative thinking, and discovery of cutting-edge techniques to address public sector productivity. Our role is to create a culture of innovation among public organizations with the ultimate goal of creating a pool of innovators engaging in interagency and sectoral collaborations. InnoLab will be the catalyst of national development through innovation, a venue to stimulate out-of-the-box thinking and the moving force of implementation and scale-up. Innovation Laboratory follows a citizen-centered approach in coming up with innovation initiatives. We call it the co-creation innovation process. Let me show you how this works. Co-creation is really not hard to do. All you need is a group of people gathering together towards a specific objective. Starting with identifying roles and objectives, the innovation challenge was framed.
The decision point that we used was to choose an innovation that affects so many customers, and we should do everything to make them comfortable, of less cost on their part, fast and most efficient service.
Empathy is a tool that will allow you to go deeper inside the system. Empathy will lead you to frame up an innovation. It will lead you to gather insights and information. And it will also lead you to plan how to implement the solutions that you have in mind.
The data gathering process is a complicated phase. Digging deeper does not only allow you to understand the problem, but also makes you understand the pains and gains of the stakeholders.
Getting into the data gathering, tapos yung talagang as in naka-immerse ka doon kahit man lang a few hours na nandoon kami sa branch, we're able to see kung ano yung mga dapat na i-improve on our own, yung kung ano yung mga dapat na hinihingi ng members. So we're looking at it at the members' perspective.
The birth of an innovative idea comes from the identification of alternative solutions through creativity tools and techniques where wild and crazy ideas are encouraged.
Creative thinking actually allowed us to look into ways that rather we would not be able to do in a normal thinking process. We were able to use wild ideas, take inspiration from them, and apply it in our situation that we wouldn't even think would be applicable.
Innovation does not stop in the mind. Prototyping is where an innovative idea is being brought to life.
I think prototyping is very important, especially in product development or in innovation. The prototyping is the best sample to show our stakeholders that we do understand what they express to us, that they convey to us. And as a response, we made these prototypes.
This is just the start, okay? What happens next will depend on you. And implementation is really key in any innovation efforts.
We are lucky enough that we have the public sector productivity to make it happen, to make this possible, because they are provided us with solutions to unlock this problem that our members, our stakeholders are encountering.
At Innovation Laboratory, we aim for a sustainable future of innovation. We believe that the possibilities are endless and that progress is a continuous cycle of growth.
It really applies real life situation. We're in the office. We are really bound by time and pressure. So pinaka-memorable sa akin are those mga 5 minutes, 10 minutes na activities wherein you have to give your all of your effort. Those ideas with the collaboration, nagiging innovative siya, and it will actually help me. Skill kasi siya na parang mas nakatulong pa siya sa akin in the future na makakam up ako ng mga better ideas. So parang non-stop thinking and non-stop innovation.
I think it's very important because things are changing, specifically when it comes to the EODB law. Bootcamp makes government employees realize the value of innovation and how to make things easier for their clients.
The drive for innovation in the government will prepare our nation as we leap towards the future under a sound governance and future-fit leadership. Join us as we spread the culture of innovation. There is no other time but now.
Hello po, kamusta po ang lahat? Andito po ba ating mga participants sa Zoom? You may
Hi,
unmute
ma'am. Good
yourselves po.
afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon po.
Hello po. Opo, ma'am. Sige po. Before we resume, magkakaroon po muna tayo ng counting game. Actually, narinig niyo na po ba yung Never Have I Ever na game? Narinig niyo na ba yun? Opo. Sige po, I would like to ask you po na lahat po ng participants ngayon to turn on your webcams kasi kailangan po ng visual natin dito sa Never Have I Ever. So, ang gagawin po natin, ang initial po nating gagawin ay nakataas po muna ang mga kamay. Taas po muna natin ang ating mga kamay. Patingin po muna, nakabukas na po ba ang mga webcam? Ganyan lang po tayo, ganyan. Taas muna ng mga kamay yan. Nakataas yung mga kamay. Never have I ever, di ba yan sa US, mahilig sila dyan. Never have I ever. So ang ating default ay nakataas ang kamay. Tapos, pag hindi nyo ginawa, ibababa nyo. Pero yung natira, yun yung ginawa nyo. Okay? Yung mga nakataas ang kamay, kayo ang gumawa nung tatanungin ko sa inyo. Yan. Sino pa po ba yung mga iba dyan? Sila Sir Jesus, Sir Jeric, high energy kanina. Sila Ma'am Diana, sila Sir Brian. Pabukas naman po ng inyong mga webcam. Sige, kukunin ko lang po yung aking questions. Wait lang po. Sige. Okay. I-minimize ko lang to para makita ko kayo. Ang konti naman ng mga nagbukas ng webcam natin. Mas fun po ito pagka kita nyo. Sige, taas po natin ang mga kamay natin. Sige, first question. Taas po. Pwede po makita mga kamay? Yan. Nahihiya si ma'am sa Napolcom. Sige. Kung ginawa ninyo, taas lang. Pag hindi, baba. Okay? Ready? Never have I ever joined a meeting wearing only pajamas and or shorts during an online meeting. Lahat kayo, ginawa niyo na yun. Okay, guilty lahat. Sige, okay, next, taas lang kamay. Never have I ever pretended that my internet was down so I can avoid screen sharing. Nako, si Ma'am Ay! Uli! Tsaka si Ma'am Marian. Naku, sino pa ba? Iba? Meron pa ba nakataas? Wala na. Si Sir Brian nandyan, sumali din. Thank you po. Sige po, pwede pa pong sumali yung mga iba. Okay, 3 questions na lang. Sige, ulit, taas kamay. Never have I ever turned off my camera and slept during an online meeting. Si Ma'am Ay ulit. Huli-huli. Sige, last 2 questions. Okay, taas ulit. Never have I ever urinated in a public pool. Ay, huli. Mga tamad umalis ng swimming pool. Sige, guilty po, guilty. Okay, last question. Never have I ever went 24 hours without taking a bath. Okay, jackpot tayong lahat. Totoo po yan dahil ang work from home. Dahil hindi po tayo pumapasok araw-araw. Talaga po ang default minsan, nagtatrabaho hanggang gabi, tas biglang, ay nakalimutan ko maligo. Bukas na lang. Tama po ba? Tama. Sige. Okay, 1:02 na po. Magre-resume na po tayo. Salamat po. Salamat sa inyong pag-participate sa ating Never Have I Ever. Sige po, ma'am. Sige, patuloy tayo. Miss Ai, tama po ba? Nag-stop tayo doon sa Managing Process Improvement? Sa slide 12, tama po ba?
Yes,
Sige,
yes. So next slide na tayo.
Okay po. Share screen.
Thank you, Maan.
Salamat din. So, Ma'am Ai, na bisto tayo, no?
Oo nga
Hindi naliligo. ng 24 hours.
Oo nga, minsan nga wala akong toothbrush.
Correct. Ayan. Sige po. Dito na po tayo sa next. Ayun, Ma'am Ai, pwede po ba tayo mag-entertain ng questions? Dahil natapos po tayo sa Module 1 itong nakaraang umaga. Tama po ba?
Actually, meron pa tayong remaining slides for the module.
Meron pa.
Pero
sige po, tapusin natin.
Okay naman. Sige, tapusin mo na. Okay. Sige, good afternoon everyone. Yung nasa Zoom at saka nasa YouTube, kamusta po kayo? I hope you had a good lunch.
Oo nga po. Sige po ma'am,
Sige.
go ahead po.
Okay, sige po. So before I continue, I hope you were able to watch kanina po before mag-resume tayo. Piniplay ng host natin yung innovation laboratory ng DAP. Alam niyo po isa siya sa magandang magandang programa na pwede ninyong i-implement with this 9004 9004 standards, no. Isa sa requirement or hindi naman requirement but isa sa mga guidance ng standards would be the innovation part nung improvement standard. So mamaya po makikita nyo doon sa standards. Meron doon specific to innovation. Okay. Okay, sige po. So we're still with the concepts of the continual improvement. As you will notice po, when we talk of continual improvement, sa 9001, yun yung, kumbaga, yun yung next level after mo ma-put in place yung sistema. You improve continually or continuously. Ang assumption dito sa 9004, yung minimum requirements na meet mo na. So you do not just refer to a continual improvement program or initiative, but you now sustain the success that you have achieved. Kaya po, sustained success na ang binabanggit natin dito instead of continual improvement. But it's almost the same. Dito nga lang po, na-achieve mo na may na-achieve ka na baseline somehow, and then you are sustaining it and even bringing it up to the next level. Okay, so the following slides naman po would be tips for our leaders, no? So some tips for our leaders within the agency, how to build and sustain the success that you have achieved, no? So with the 9001 requirements put in place, what's next for the leaders? So ito po ay among lamang dun sa mga pwedeng i-strategize or gamiting strategy at part ng plan ng ating mga leaders within our respective agencies. So number one is to establish a corporate set of core values that highlights being a champion for doing the right thing and taking care of people. Ano naman sa atin sa government, no, nakaset naman yung core values, no, nung na-create yung agency, nandiyan na yung mission, vision at saka core values natin. Tinagdag natin yung quality policy when we adopted the 9001 standards, no. So what's next after that? Given na meron na tayong core values, I hope ay alam nyo ang inyong core values, no, at mission, vision. So internalize the quality policy along with the mission, vision, and core values of the agency. No, so our leaders should be on top of that internalization of this mission, vision, and quality policy as well as the core value. No, so promote the internalization of this from top to bottom. Promote adherence to core values and achievement of mission, vision, and vision statement. We do not just recite it. Dapat ma-internalize yan from top to bottom ng organization, ng agency. And we adhere to these values. Ibig sabihin, yan yung ninyo, yan yung beliefs ninyo, yan yung kultura ninyo within the agency. Our leaders should also respect norms. Bawat ahensya may kanya-kanyang unique culture. So leaders of our agencies must be able to respect also those norms. So kung gusto mang baguhin, somehow magkaroon ng pagbabago dito sa norms, protocols, and culture, dapat siya ay i-transition smoothly or effectively. And provide clear direction as well for our leaders. And ang sabi daw po, to build sustained success or to sustain the success, communicate the values through the behavior and actions of the management. Just like we as an agency, we should set the example to the community and to the society, our leaders within the agency should set the example as well. So they should lead, ideally they lead by example. Sabi nga, I walking the talk. No? So you walk the talk as leaders. And then hire people who fit your values. Invest in these resources, invest time, money, energy to determine if a candidate fits your values. In order to build your empire, you create competent empire, sabi nga. So, gather a pool of competent people. People with potential. Kung hindi man fully competent, then fill in the needs for them to be competent enough to fit your values, no? Ano pa ang pwedeng gawin? Train, the usual way, train them. Coach, no? Coach, mentor, carefully select whom to hire, establish effective, objective, and fair HRD program. So that's the way for the leaders to kumbaga to fit their people into the values of the organization, into the core values of the agency. Okay? So you help your people fit become fit for the values of the agency. Okay, ano pa ang pwedeng tip natin sa ating mga leaders within the organization? So, the management of our organization, of our agency, may engage people, syempre, isa pala yan sa Nokian principle, no? Engagement of people. So, they should engage people, establish, enhance employees' sense of ownership. Next slide, please. Enhance the sense of ownership among its employees. No? So this ownership is derived from opportunities that enable them to know their leaders, to being informed on the success of the organization, to know who their customers are and future plans of the organization or agency. So engage them, make them own the process. No, parang empowerment na rin yan eh. When they know that they own the process or they have ownership of the process. Just like what you did kanina dun sa ating exercise. Make them understand the process that they're doing and their contribution to the system as well. So let them know and feel they are valued. Siyempre po, who wouldn't want to contribute kung alam mo na may value ka sa sistema ng iyong agency, no? Kumbaga ay moral, it has something to do with the moral of your human resource. And then ensure transparency of information. If you know the relevant information within the agency, then mas mataas yung chance na mas better or mas effective ka in contributing to the attainment of the goals and objectives of the agency. Make your people grow with the agency. No, so syempre hindi lang naman hindi lang naman in terms of salary grade ang growth ng ating employees, no? They should grow also as individuals, nagma-mature din sila katulad ng ating agency. Okay, involve or allow them to contribute to relevant decisions. Na-empower kasi ang ating mga personnel if they are also contributing to some relevant decisions of the agency. Allow knowledge sharing and idea generation, just like what was presented for innovation, no? Yung innovation laboratory would enable employees or personnel within that workshop to share ideas and generate ideas as well. So it is moral boosting yung mga ganong programs, no? And value their stakeholders as well. Alam niyo po yung performance ng human resource natin ay affected by their stakeholders, their own interested parties. And who would that be? Siyempre po yung ating mga dependents. Yung dependents ng employees would affect also the performance of your employees. So somehow consider and value yung stakeholders ng ating mga individual employees. No? And last, determine employee morale or assess employee passion and satisfaction and act on the result. So in other words, determine employee morale so that the agency will know what to leverage on and the weaknesses to address. So parang bukod sa kilalanin ng top management ang kanyang sariling agency, assess only and know your people within the agency. So that's part of managing the success for our leaders. Next, please. Ayan, tapos na tayo dyan. Na-discuss ko na siya. Okay. Next, please. Ayan. Okay, ano pang pwede nating tips sa ating leaders? So the quality of an organization is enhanced and sustained success can be achieved by consistently meeting the needs and expectations of interested parties over the long term. Hindi lang pansamantala but somehow long term sana siya. And the short and medium term objectives and plans should support this long term strategy. So since the context is changing, evolving, so the leaders should also regularly monitor, analyze, and evaluate and review the context. No? So there may be changes in the context depending on the current trend, the country situation katulad ngayon, and the demands of the customer. So in understanding the context and in regularly monitoring the context kasi baka magbago-bago siya over time, determine the needs and expectations of these interested parties and their individual potential impact on the organization's performance. So, sabi nga natin, dati naman, okay naman silang mga on-site interaction, no? On-site ang ano sa atin, no, ang pag-acquire na services. Pero ngayon, since marami na ang nag-online, nag-expect sila na lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno ay online. So nagbago na yung yung needs and expectation ng ating interested party. So we must be able to monitor itong mga changes na ito. Okay? Then determine, implement, and communicate the mission, vision, values, and promote an aligned culture. Yung mission, vision, and values natin, given naman siya, set na siya nung na-create, since na-create yung agency. But yung ating culture and norms may also vary or may also change attributed to various generations, no? Ano nga ba yung mga generations? Merong baby boomers, merong Gen Z, merong millennials, merong martial law baby, at kung ano-ano pa. Iba-iba yung mindset nila kung napansin niyo, iba-iba, nagkakaroon ng pagbabago And syempre po, as time goes by, ibang henerasyon na yung papalit sa atin, no? So we should also consider aligning the changing culture of the agency based on the generation of the agency. Na-align pa rin siya sa mission, vision, and core values ng ahensya. So dapat ay hindi nawawala. Magkaroon man ng changes in the generation of employees, hindi naman nawawala yung sineset nating values ng ating agency. Okay, so ina-assess natin yan from time to time. Sige. I remember yung mga mission vision, meron ng mga agencies na since matatagal na silang ahensya, meron ng mga pagbabago sa kanilang vision at saka sa kanilang mission statement. Pwedeng ganun no? Kasi nga may they have to cope with the changing times. Okay, and then another tip for leadership or for the leaders in our agencies, determine short and long-term risks and opportunities. So lagi naman yung kasama no sa mga natin, sa mga programs natin, yung being proactive, risk-based thinking. So ang sinasabi sa risk-based thinking, anticipate uncertainties and define contingency actions for this. So that when it happens, when we encounter these uncertainties, hindi tayo mabibigla. O kung ma-encounter natin at magkaroon ng effect, hindi adverse yung effect sa atin. Minsan naman yung uncertainties come with opportunities. So when you weigh it down or when you weigh it based on its pros and cons, kung mas matimbang yung opportunity, then take advantage of the opportunity. For example, if you have a good network ngayon, no, so take advantage of forming partnerships with them. Pwede naman kung gano'n. No? So that's an opportunity. Another tip for leaders ay determine, implement, and communicate the policies, strategies, and objectives. If people know what to achieve. If people know their contribution to these policies and strategies and objectives, then it is most likely that they can contribute more effectively. So they have to know. You have to communicate to them papaano kaya sila makaka-contribute sa overall goals and objectives ng inyong ahensya. Sige, next please. So another one is to determine the relevant processes and manage them so that they function within a coherent system. The relevant processes, well, wala naman sigurong process na irrelevant or function na irrelevant. So every member of the agency need to know the purpose of their function. No, aside from how it is done, in order for them to contribute to the system's effectiveness, they have to know bakit nga ba namin ginagawa ito. Sa isang malaking sistema, ano ang participation or contribution nitong function ko doon sa overall system, sa big system or sa big picture. In this way, there is coherence in how we do what we do. Pag alam mo kung ano para saan at ano yung ginagawa mo, then yung contribution mo mas malalim or mas valued, mas may value, no? Value adding.
Miss I, excuse me po.
Yes, yes.
Miss I, sorry. Can we go back daw po dun sa isang slide? Sorry, si YouTube po kasi nagtanong, parang hindi natin napakita sa kanila yung isang slide. Okay lang po ba? Yung after...
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay lang po ba? I-click ko lang. Sorry. Nag-forward siya. Wait
slide,
lang.
Baka yun yung 14?
Oh, wait lang ha. Sandali. Parang nawala si... Oo, wait lang po Nag-module. Wait lang po. Balikan lang natin. Ito pala yung hinanap nila.
Oo, na-discuss ko siya.
Oo,
kaya lang hindi
kaya lang
lumipat
natin,
yung slide.
Oo, hindi nalipat. Sorry. Oo, yun. Sige, ito po. Sorry.
Okay.
Oo.
Sige. So kanina po nung binabanggit ko about engaging people, no? So sabi nga po, part of building success or sustaining the success, for some tips for management, you enhance employee sense of ownership. So keep them informed. So you engage them, make them own the process, make them understand, let them know how they are valued, parang ganun po. So if there is transparency of information within the agency and among its human resource, so mas alam nila kung paano sila magko-contribute And then maganda rin, part of engaging ay make them grow with the agency. As the agency grows, its people grows too. No? So hindi lang in terms of salary grade, but also career siguro or as individuals, nagmamature din ang ating pong human resource. No? If they have an opportunity to contribute to the relevant decisions of the agency, nakaka-boost din po yun ng moral. And if there are opportunities also wherein they could share knowledge or generate ideas, katulad ng innovation laboratory, that would be part of engaging people too. So, and yun nga po, we have stakeholders, individual stakeholders, yung mga employees natin. Yung mga dependent nila ay most probably ang kanilang very important interested party. So the agency should also value the individual interested parties or stakeholders of their own employees. So kasi yung performance ng employees will affect the performance at yung dependents or the interested parties of the employees would affect also the performance of our personnel or human resource. So we also need to consider giving value to this individual stakeholders of our personnel. And number 5 nga po is to assess employee passion and satisfaction and act on it. So determine the state ng hindi naman sanity, no, the state of the morale ng employee, no, yung employee morale natin, kamusta na kaya? Are they happy with their work? Are they happy with their job? Are they still passionate about their function or their job? Kasi syempre po, kung ano man yung performance nila, makaka-apekto yan sa inyong sistema. So, if we know that, then we can leverage on that result to know the weaknesses and address these weaknesses para naman po yung employee natin ay manatiling satisfied with their work in the agency. So tip po para sa ating leaders. Kasi the employees are important interested parties din ng atin pong, ng bawat ahensya. Okay?
Sige po. Okay, sige po, forward ko po ulit.
Sige, nasa na nga ba tayo kanina?
Dito po sa second, actually ito.
Okay. Sige po. So, second, second.
Yes, second na
Managing the
tayo.
organization. Okay, sige. Thank you. Okay, so part of sustaining the success, tip for our leaders, manage the organization's resources and to enable the processes to achieve their intended results. Kasi the processes utilize these resources to convert it into outputs. No? So without these resources, wala silang mapoproduce. Kahit pa maganda yung proseso mo. You need these resources para tumakbo yung operations, yung processes at ma-produce yung outputs. So we manage these resources as well. Mamaya po, as I explain the standards of the 9,000 form, makikita nyo may mga iba't ibang klase ng resources na hindi nyo nakita doon sa sa 9,001. So as discussed in the previous slide po, the interaction of resources, yung input, process, output, to support the management system directly provides the results, the products and services of the agency. So effective management of these resources, alam naman natin, is crucial to achieving sustained success. Imagine nga po, running the agency without the needed resources. Ang hirap, di ba? Ang hirap ma-produce yung desired result. Eh di lalo na yung desired outcome. Diba? So we effectively manage these resources. Another one, monitor, analyze, and evaluate and review the organization's performance. If you do not know where you stand, mahirap namang mag-initiate ng improvement, di ba? So you have to know ano na yung current status mo ngayon. So monitor and analyze. By knowing how well you have performed in terms of quality and effectiveness of your management system, the agency would be able to determine the weaknesses and strengths. Kaya nga po kayo nagsuswot, di ba? So yung SWOT analysis, kakailanganin nito ng inputs doon, input dito yung results ng monitoring and evaluation ninyo. So therefore, strategies and plans may consider these results. Ayun nga po, during planning, we need to have inputs such as this para ma-consider sa ating mga decisions. Other sources of data ng ating monitoring and evaluation or performance evaluation, in terms of QMS effectiveness, internal audits. Ganon din yung management review, but the management review ay somehow magkakaroon na ng management perspective, no? And then functional level reviews, yung mga submissions natin ng ating mga accomplishments also are sources of our performance evaluation data, no? Customer feedback and the like. So marami po tayong pwedeng pagkunan ng performance evaluation. Okay. Ano pa ba ang pwede? So sa leaders natin, another consideration would be to establish a process for improving learning and innovation to support your ability to respond to changes, to support your adaptability. Learning and innovation serve as challenge to the agency's adaptability and creativity. Di po ba? Parang, saan ka ba tayo magsisimula? Gusto natin mag-improve, saan ba tayo mag-focus, no? Ano sisimulan natin? Paano ba natin gagawin? So the 9004 would have guidance for you on those, no? So for example, no, yung new normal natin, this is part of our learning. So hence nagkaroon tayo ng mga changes, rapid changes, 360 degrees changes in our agencies kasi nga kailangang mag-adapt tayo agad-agad, now na, 'di ba? Hindi pwedeng pag-isipan muna kasi nga ay yun nga meron tayong na-encounter na uncertainty. Okay, so another example, yung printed forms ay slowly becoming phased out na obsolete na because of the emergence of e-forms. Baka ang mangyari niyan in the immediate future, in the near future, wala nang may gustong magsulat kasi lahat ay pinipindot na sa cellphone o kaya sa tablet o kaya sa laptop. Opo. Even yung mga engineers natin, 'di ba, isa sa competencies nila dati, dapat magaling sila sa hindi handwriting, drawing, parang gano'n, no. Pero ngayon kahit hindi, pwede kasi merong mga programs that would allow them to do that for them. So, na-phase out na rin, nagkakaroon ng phasing out of some skills, of some activities, of some programs. So, we must be able to adapt then. Nowadays, agencies are challenged with the silent competition of adapting better and improved technologies and this benefits the entire citizenry. So, hindi man explicit, pero parang merong implied competition among government agencies. Napapansin nyo ba? Pagandahan ng mga programa. No, so maganda 'yon. That's a good that's a good indication na nag-iiba na rin yung mindset ng ating mga agencies when it comes to improvement. No, so nagiging innovative sila in the way they think of improvement. So maganda at sa atin yung tayo ang nagbe-benefit from those programs. Sige po. So yung mga binigay niyo example kanina, online na ang payment ng tax, online na application ng permits, etc. etc. Ite-text ka na lang bago mo para sa vaccination schedule mo. So ano na yan, mga pagbabago na yan and adaptability na yan ng bawat ahensya. Okay? So continuous learning and innovation tend to boost the agency's image and morale as well. So hindi lang sa mata ng citizen, pero yung human resource niya nagiging proud dun sa agency niya when they innovate, when they show the general public, ito yung aming mga changes, ito yung mga aming innovation. So nakaka-boost ng image at morale. Okay, next please. Okay. Sige po, so tips for our leaders. Ito naman po, these are, so balik tayo sa interested parties. So these are considerations of the needs and expectations of interested parties. So tips naman for addressing the needs and expectations of our interested parties. Hindi man addressing siguro, but consideration of how to address the needs and expectations of these stakeholders or interested parties. Okay, so achieve objectives effectively and efficiently. Interested parties, upon knowing their role and contribution. So, yung interested parties natin dito would include not only yung external but internal. Okay, so if the internal and external interested parties know their role and contribution in meeting the objectives, they tend to be more effective than just follow what is prescribed. No, so minsan we have to communicate then our objectives to the external interested party para alam nila saan sila makakatulong. Okay, we also need to know in addressing the needs and expectations of interested parties, we also need to know kung merong conflicting relationships. So kung meron, then we eliminate. Kung ma-eliminate natin, then that's fine. If not, we facilitate na ma-address itong conflict na to. So knowing knowing and comparing the needs and expectations of various interested parties allow us agencies to resolve these conflicts. Thus, a more productive relationship with them. No, baka po wala silang conflict sa atin but to other interested party na interested party din natin, then baka po magkaroon tayo ng problema. So, we also need to consider this conflict with other interested parties as well. Harmonize, no? So we could also harmonize and optimize practices, including the health and well-being of our people as an internal interested party. So we eliminate complexity. If we can simplify, leverage on good systems and procedures and practices, then we should do so, no? Para doon sa ating health and well-being naman ng ating internal interested parties. Create consistency also, no, for a more reliable and predictable results. No, so if kanina na madalas lumalabas yung habitual, no, kasi if it's a habit, then parang ano yan no, habit formation, if you are consistently doing it without you knowing it, ginagawa mo siya automatically. Diba? So that's part of consistency. So therefore, kung consistent ka na dun sa ginagawa mo, yung results mo are most likely predictable and reliable as well. Therefore, enhancing productivity. Okay, improve your communication. Communication within and to outside, no? To your external interested parties as well. So this enables you to manage your communication, knowing what to communicate, how to communicate, and whom to communicate. Okay, so ano rin naman yan, di ba? Requirement din sa 9001, yung effective communication. Facilitate training, learning, personal development, and capability and maturity. So this is for our internal interested party. We can also include in the agency's learning and development programs those relating to meeting the needs and expectations of our human resource or our personnel. Okay, to facilitate focus on the most important characteristics of the organization. So we focus or leverage on positive issues and address negative issues. Kaya nga po inaalam natin yung mga internal and external issues natin. Then manage risk and acquire or share knowledge. So when we manage risk, using an outsider's perspective or an outsider's perspective, risk to image may be captured during our interaction with them. So when we consider yung expectations ng interested parties, when we gather those information from interested parties, nakakakuha din tayo ng idea based on their perspective, ano yung mga risk to our image, no? So kung makapture mo yon, then may magagawa ka about it. Okay, and lastly, acquire and share knowledge. So interact with interested parties, provide relevant information about the agency, about other agencies as well. So with our interaction with our interested parties, nakakakuha tayo ng information na naggaling sa labas, no? So pwedeng sila ay source of information natin, na ang information ay from outside. Okay. Sige po, next po. Ay, sige. Yan. Okay. So other guidance document that we could use as reference for sustained success for continual improvement. So ito pong 9004, ang focus po niya ay taking your system to the next level. Pero ang isa sa pinapagamit niyang tool would be self-assessment tool, no? So meron daw level of maturity ang isang agency when it comes to the maturity of its management system. At if you adopt the standards in the 9004, then assess yourself, ideally tumataas yung level ng maturity mo. Based on the criteria na binibigay dun sa assessment tool. So yun yung 9004. But other documents can be used also as guidance, no, for the sustained success of the management system. Yung isa ay ISO 9000. Sabihin natin ito ay vocabulary, pero kung titingnan mo yung yung laman ng ISO 9001, it's not just definition of terms. Pinoprovide niya yung structure ng mga technical terminologies ng ISO 9001, no? So may structure siya. If it's all about audit, na andun. So hindi lang dinedefine, pero naiintindihan mo kung bakit at ano yung mga associated terminologies nung ISO 9001. So maganda rin na ito na binabasa ninyo from time to time to complement your sustained success or your continual improvement. Ayun nga po, yung ISO 9004 focuses on going beyond the minimum requirements using a self-assessment tool. Yung ISO technical report 10,013, ito po naman ay complementing your your documentation management. So yung documents management, if you want more detailed guidance on managing documents and records or documented information, ito po yung ISO technical report 10,013 ang pwede ninyong gamiting guidance. But all of these are not certifiable. Ang certifiable lang po ay yung 9001. 10,004 is your guidance for customer satisfaction. If you want to know what other tools you could use or how you could improve your system for gathering, determining, evaluating, and processing maybe or utilizing the results of this to determine your customer satisfaction level, then ISO 10,004 ang pwede ninyong guidance. And lastly, yung 19,011. Kung babasahin niyo mabuti yung 19,011, it doesn't just tell us the how to audit or how to create audit program or guidelines or procedure, no? Meron po dyan, may mga certain elements of the 9001 na binibigyan ng guidance nung 19,011, binibigyan niya ng guidance on how to audit. For example, meron doon how to audit management or management review activities, parang ganon. How do you audit risks and opportunities? May guidance doon. So may more detailed guidance doon sa 19,011. So these are only some of the guidance documents that you could use to complement the sustained success of your ISO 9001 quality management system. Okay, so all of those that I have discussed, ito po yung mga konsepto ng continual improvement or sustained success in the language of the 9004. So all of this has something to do with using the 9004 and understanding the standards of the 9004. Okay, any question po? We are open for questions na, Ms. Maan.
Okay, so naririnig po ba ako? Okay lang po, Ms. Ai?
Yes.
Naririnig ako. Kasi yung video ko ayaw mag-start. Sige po. Any questions po? Clarifications? Comments? Pwede po nating balikan. Meron po ba tayong points na medyo hindi klaro? Meron po ba kayong gustong i-share na magandang insight? Anyone from our YouTube and our Zoom participants po. You may also put on the chat box po.
Meron?
Hello, Miss I? Miss I,
Yes.
naririnig niyo pa ako? Oo, medyo hab
Yes.
lang. Oo, sorry. Anyone po from the chat box po? Or from
Baka
YouTube
ikaw
po?
magtatanong. Gusto nila ikaw magtanong. Sa YouTube ba meron? Baka may mga comments or questions tayo. Hello, anyone?
Naghang po yata si Maan. Miss I, this is Lynn. I will read one question from YouTube. Hold on.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So there's one from Melba Marasigan. Does this mean that applying ISO 9004 for our QMS will be considered a good point of the external auditor?
Okay. External, no third party. When you are, thank you for that. Anong agency, ma'am? Sorry po.
Wala pong naka-indicate, Miss Melba Marasigan. From what agency, if you could type, please. I don't know what agency, ma'am.
Okay, sige, later na lang. Okay po. The ISO 9001 is still the certifiable standards. And when you are audited for by the third party, for the ISO 9001 certification, the standards of the 9001 is still the criteria. Yun pa rin naman po ang tinitingnan nila. But ayun po, doon kasi continual improvement ang sinasabi, di ba? So, any continual improvement effort na maipapakita ninyo sa kanila, they will accept. Basta po na mi-meet nyo yung 9001 requirements, no? Yun pa rin naman ang kanilang criteria. Pero, for the maturity of the management system, yung 9004 provides us guidance lamang po, no? So pero hindi siya auditable, hindi siya ino-audit, no? So the criteria is still with the 9001.
Okay, thank you, Miss I. Okay, there are other questions. I think these were earlier on from YouTube also. From Miss Jenny Rabang, how to blend this ISO to 9001 and 2015?
Good question. Di po ba, pagka-establish na yung system, halimbawa, sanay na kayo sa sistema, no? and you may feel na may challenge pa ba? May challenge pa ba yung sistema sa amin? Then siguro if you want to know how to improve or take it to the next level, yung mga ginawa ninyo to address the requirements of the ISO 9001, then the 9004 will be your guidance.
Okay. By the way, ma'am, Ma'am Melba was from Occupational Safety and Health Center of the Department of Labor.
Okay, Dolly.
Okay.
Thank you po, Ma'am Melba.
Okay, there's another question from Oliver Aborque. Good afternoon. Can you share the layers in the hierarchy of plans that the DAP and or GQMC follows?
Ano pong ibig sabihin?
No.
Ano po ibig sabihin? Just
share
plans
the hierarchy of plans that the DAP and or GQMC follows. Hierarchy of plans. Sige po.
Hierarchy. Ano pong plans ang gusto niyo makita? Baka I'm not in the position to show our organizational plans.
Okay, so far that's what I have from YouTube, ma'am. And unless there are new questions from the chat box, wala naman po.
Opo. Sige ma'am, can we clarify ano kaya yung plan? Plan about what? Baka masagot ko. Tingnan na, try natin. Anong plan yon? Plan on?
Hierarchy kasi po layers in the hierarchy of plans that the DAP and or GQMC follows. Baka po Mr. Oliver Aborque, if you're still in YouTube, can you probably post a follow-up on this? So, masagot po ni Ma'am Eileen. Okay, while we're waiting for that, there's another question from Minda Diloy. Are surveys sufficient to measure the impact of the processes?
Surveys are?
Sufficient. Are surveys sufficient to measure the impact of the processes?
It depends on the on the content of the survey. Minsan po may comprehensive na survey. Siguro kung yung survey ay may paraan to look into all areas of customer satisfaction, then maybe it will suffice. Pero if the survey ay yung typical na are you satisfied, happy or not, baka po it will form part of the data on customer sat, but it may not be sufficient to reflect the overall customer satisfaction. Baka po. So depende po siguro sa magiging laman ng survey. Ayun, ma'am.
Okay po. Hey, thank you, Ms. I. There's another one from Paula Reyes del Rosario. Hello, ma'am. Ask ko lang po regarding ISO 10,004. Pwede po ba siya implement habang ongoing ang certification po sa ISO 9001?
10,004. Yung kanina po, no, 10,004 is customer sat. Yes, ma'am, why not po? Even if an ongoing, halimbawa yung preparation for certification, pwede din. Okay po, maganda nga po yun para po medyo may detalye yung makukuha yung customer satisfaction data. Hindi lang po yung surveys and suggestion box and yung mga tools na ginagamit natin. Baka po, makakatulong naman po. So, kahit kailan nyo siya isingit, ma'am, pwede po.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions?
Ma'am, meron po dito sa sa chat box.
Okay po.
I just want to know the main difference between 9001 and 9004. If the 9004 would gradually affect those who are already certified, can they be used simultaneously? Yes. If you are adopting the 9004 as part of improving your processes established for the 9001, it will not affect po. Hindi naman siya kasi nga po siya po ay guidance for improving what you have already established. So kaya nga po siya sustained success na kasi ang assumption dito na-achieve nyo na yung minimum requirement po. The difference I will be discussing in the next slides po, ma'am. Para makita natin yung requirements, ano ang pagkakaiba. Mainly, walang masyado. Siguro mga additional details lang po ang dinagdag. Si Ma'am Sainet from Sorsogon. Kung tama pa ako, ma'am, from Sorsogon, ano po, Ma'am Sinet? Okay. Sige, kamusta na lang po sa inyong lahat dyan? Lalong-lalo na kay Gov. Okay. Sige po. So, if there are no more questions, can we proceed, ma'am?
I think there's one more from Maria
Meron pa?
Virginia.
Okay.
Hold on, let me just check. Medyo maliit po. From Maria Virginia Duldulao. Can an office with mandates on intelligence and security apply for ISO 9001 certification?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. The 9001 is applicable to all organizations. Yun nga lang po, you must determine or you must work it out with your certifying body, lalo na kung may mga confidential information po kayo na talagang hindi pwedeng i-ano sa kanila, i-share sa kanila, kailangan nyo pong pag-usapan with certifying body. I know maraming ganun po kung ganyan yung nature ng inyong agency. Pero pwede naman po yun. Pwede nyo pong i-discuss yun with your certifying body. Pero masa-certify yun pag nag-adapt ng 9001. Pwede po. Any more? Any more questions?
None that I can see. Wait, Miss Maan is back. I think we can proceed po.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Len. Welcome back, Maan. Okay, so ito po yung tanong kanina, no? Ano ba ang difference ng ISO 9001 at 9004? Parang wala pero kung detalye ang pagbabasihan natin, madaming detalye yung 9004 na hindi pinrovide sa 9001. Generic yung 9001 pero dito sa 9004 nadagdagan ng mga guidance yung iba dun sa mga requirements. Okay, next slide please. Doon tayo sa framework. Okay. So just to recall lang po, no, just to review, ito po yung framework from 9001. Sige, sana naalala nyo pa. So ito yung model na pinaprovide ng 9001-2015. So it is based on the PDCA cycle and in the heart or within the circle ay yung mga clauses or requirements ng standards ng 9001. So we have planning, support, operations, leadership, performance evaluation, and improvement. So these are all elements of the management system, quality management system that interact, nagsa-cycle siya to produce the desired result of the QMS, the products and services, and a certain level of satisfaction na gustong ma-achieve ng mga agencies na nag-a-adapt nito. As input to the system are the context of the organization, the customer's requirements, and the needs and expectations of interested parties. So ito po, dito umiikot yung management system natin or ito ang ina-adapt ng ating management system. Tina-translate natin ito into the language of the agency and then ito na po yung fina-follow nila for the management system. Next please. So with the 9004, ang framework naman ay ganito. Okay, so kung nakikita nyo po kaya, medyo maliit ano? Kung mapapansin niyo po, halos all the requirements, tama ba? All the requirements are there in the 9004 framework. Kaya lang po, iba na yung clause number niya. So may pagkakaiba na dun sa clause number. The standards start with clause 5. So clause 5 po nagsisimula yung mga guidance for the standards, no. For the internal and external issues, so yun yung context. Dito sa framework na to, pinaghiwalay niya yung context of the organization into two. So yung isa, yung identity, ay separate standard or substandard, subclause, separate subclause, at yung internal and external issue ay nakahiwalay din as a separate subclause, or clause pala. Okay, then ang nawala dito ay planning na pinasok na sa clause ng leadership. So kung makikita nyo po, ganun pa rin naman ang intention ng system, no? To increase or provide confidence to the organization to consistently meet its customers and interested parties' needs and expectations. So yun yung kanyang expected output. No, so, and ang kanyang inputs would be customers and interested parties' needs and expectations. So, yun daw pong identity muna. Yung identity of the organization form part of the context of the organization or agency. So, pinaghiwalay niya into two separate requirements. Yung leadership naman is composed of sub-clauses on strategy, objectives, and policy. So, syempre po, pag strategy, nakapaloob na doon yung planning. And then, yung requirements on process, on operations, ay nasa process management dito sa framework under clause 8. The resource management clause here pertains to the support processes doon sa standards. Yung performance evaluation, performance analysis and evaluation, ay ganun pa rin naman doon sa performance analysis and evaluation ng 9001. Nag-iba lang yung clause number niya. Pero may mga nadagdag na detailed requirements of the performance analysis and evaluation to include benchmarking. And then yung clause for improvement, nadagdagan ng learning and innovation. Okay? So, in this framework, ang sinasabi po dito, yung elements ng standards, they work coherently. Ganun pa rin naman, they work coherently. Leadership on top, and then with consideration or inputs, always considered yung identity of the organization and the internal and external issues to form part of the context of the agency or organization. Para ma-ensure, as an output ay ma-ensure yung confidence ng agency or organization sa pag-meet ng needs and expectations ng interested parties. Okay po. Sige, so yun yung kaibahan niya when it comes to framework. But as to the standards or requirements, halos yun pa rin naman ang binabanggit niya. Parang ine-expound sa 9004 yung requirements ng 9001. Sige, next please. Next po, okay. Ito po yung 9001 2015. So familiar pa naman kayo na naalala nyo pa. Kung makikita nyo, yung requirements ay nagsisimula sa clause 4 and hanggang clause 10 siya improvement. So clause 4 is context, clause 5 is leadership, clause 6 is planning, clause 7 ay support, clause 8 operations, clause 9 ay performance evaluation, clause 10 ay improvement. Now let's look into the structure of the 9004. Okay. So dito sa 9004, ito yung kanyang major requirements or standards at yung mga sub-clauses. So clause pa rin naman ang tawag. Clause 1 ay wala dito, pero clause 1 ay scope, clause 2 ay normative references, clause 3 ay terms and definitions, and clause 4 ay concepts ng sustained success or continual improvement. But in this language ng 9004, sustained success ang tawag niya. For clause 5, context of the organization, of context of an organization, in-expound po yung relevant interested parties, yung internal and external issues. No, so halos ganun pa rin. Kung ano po yung nire-require sa 9001, halos ganun pa rin, no. May ano pa rin, may requirement pa rin coming from the 9001. Pero dinagdag po sa clause 6, yung identity of an organization, inihiwalay siya. Dati po ay itong identity na to nakapasok or nakapaloob sa context. Ngayon nakahiwalay siya na standards, no. Ang sabi dito sa identity of an organization, what you need to do or how you utilize your mission, vision, values, and culture as part of your identity. So may explanation, may guidance on what to do with your mission, vision, values, and culture. Kasi given naman na yan, but how you will use your mission and vision for your sustained success. Doon sa wala yan doon sa 9001, yung identity. Kasi nga kumbaga nakapasok siya, naka-embed siya sa context. Yung clause, clause 7, leadership. So clause 7 is leadership. Kung makikita nyo po, yung policy and strategy, so nakapasok doon or nakapaloob doon yung planning, no? Wala na dito ang requirement for planning kasi naka-integrate siya sa leadership. So may explanation or in-expound yung requirements or standards for policies and strategies, what to do, how to utilize, no? How to improve based on policies and strategies. And then the objectives and communication. So that's clause 7 or leadership. Clause 8 ay process management. So sa process management, ito naman yung doon sa 9001 ay operations. No? So in-expound dito yung how you determine the relevant processes, the responsibilities and authorities of the processes, and managing the processes. So, kung mapapansin ninyo, dito sa requirements or standards ng 9004, ang assumption dito, since established na, yung documented information given, no? Hindi nyo na masyadong makikita yung documented information maintained and retained. So, given siya dapat kasi sustaining the success na kayo eh. Okay, then resource management. Resource management here is clause 9. Yung mga requirements po ng support doon sa 9001, dito ine-expound sa clause 9. So yung resource management standards or requirements ay ganun pa rin, people, organizational knowledge, pero meron na dito technology. Doon sa 9001, very simple yung consideration for infrastructure including technology, no? Pero dito somehow may detailed guidance on how to use technology for sustained success. Meron pa rin namang infrastructure and work environment at dito naman in-integrate yung externally provided resources, managing externally provided resources na sa 9001 siya po ay nire-require sa Clause 8 or operations. Dito po sa resource management siya binabanggit. And then another addition to the detailed guidance ay yung natural resources. No, nakakatuwa kasi kino-consider na ngayon with the trend of helping the environment, kasama na sa standards yung managing the natural resources within your siguro as part of your asset maybe or within your jurisdiction, etc., etc. So maganda, no? How do you manage natural resources? So syempre po, ang idea natin dyan would be kung ano yung mga set rules or policies to take care of our environment or natural resources, ay we comply or we adhere to that and we help implement that. And then clause 10. Clause 10 ay almost same requirements ng performance evaluation. Ang naidagdag lang po dito ay self-assessment. So sa 9,001 po kasi wala namang requirement on self-assessment. Dito, maliban sa internal audit na somehow agency perspective on self-assessment, dito process owner's point of view of self-assessment. So mamaya po i-share ko sa inyo yung tool. So nadagdag po ito dun sa standards.
Miss Ai, excuse me po.
Yes, ma'am.
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, mukhang na-off niyo po yung camera niyo.
Okay lang.
Okay.
Temporary lang dahil
sige po.
nag-unstable.
Okay. Sige po.
Sige.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, and lastly po, yung clause 11 ay improvement, learning, and innovation. So, ang nadagdag po dito doon sa 9,001, improvement lang yung title ng requirement. Dito po, improvement, learning, and innovation. So, meron pong guidance on managing learning and innovation as well. So, hindi lang yung NCs as part of the source for improvement and management review as part of the source of improvement. So, dito, kukuha din daw tayo ng data or results from learning and innovation as part of our sustained success. So yun po ang I think it's not the difference as a term, no, with the 9,001, but the additional requirements or standards or guidance na nasa 9,004 na wala doon sa 9,001 or hindi na detalye sa 9,001. Okay, so I hope that's clear. And if you have time, you can browse through the 9,004 standards. Okay, any question? Any question? O sige, none? Ay. Wala naman, sige. So to continue, according to the 9,004 nga po, factors affecting the agency's success continually emerge, evolve, increase, or diminish. So as what was discussed in the previous slides, no? Okay, sige po. Next slide, please. I think that this is understandable na. Okay, so according to clause 4 nitong 9,004, there are key concepts of an agency when it comes to managing sustained success, no? So merong focus on quality and identity. So, and the relationship between efficiency, effectiveness, sustained success, and the quality of management. So may dalawang pinapa-focus sa atin, no, yung identity at quality ng organization. You have to understand your identity first or establish then your identity as an organization. Sige. Next, please. Okay, so the 9,004 focuses on strategies and best practices to provide guidance for organizations to not just survive, oo nga naman, no, not just exist, but to evolve, adapt, and thrive in a rapidly changing and challenging environment. So it provides us guidance for us to be more flexible and adaptable timely dito sa ating panahon ng pandemya, di ba? It sets guidance then on ongoing beyond minimum requirements. And the 9004 also provides guidance on how to evaluate its own agency in terms of the maturity of the established management system. No, so yun po yung purpose nung 9004. Next, please. Okay, so the 9004, parang yung tanong kanina, magagamit ba siya? Yes. Ng kahit anong organization, yes. So regardless of size, type, or industry, kasi generic din siya katulad ng 9001. Yung how to manage quality ay embedded in the requirements of the 9001. Sa 9004 naman, how to manage sustained success through focus on quality and identity of the organization ay embedded naman sa standards sa 9004. So while the 9001 provides requirements for conducting internal audits, the 9004 naman adds a self-assessment tool to help the agency evaluate the maturity of its system. So pinopromote niya naman yung self-assessment. No, hindi lang yung pag-audit pero meron naman self-assessment. Parang IPCR natin, di ba? Bago ipa-rate, tayo muna, i-rating muna natin yung mga sarili natin. So parang ganito rin yung 9004. It allows us to rate ourselves muna. Tapos i-subject natin yung process sa internal audit and then sa external audit. So parang ang daming screening na mangyayari doon sa process mo. Kung di pa siya mag-improve at hindi pa siya ma-perfect, ewan ko na lang, di ba? So nagkakaroon ng another layer of assessment. But this time, dinadagdag ka na as process owner for that layer of assessment. Okay, next po. Ay, okay. Miss Pa, may picture ka ba nung itsura ng standards?
Yes po, ma'am. Yung next slide natin. Yung cover
slide.
at saka
Okay,
yung...
Okay. Sige. So, ano ba ang makukuha natin sa 9004 pag in-adapt natin yung standards na nakapaloob or guidance na nakapaloob doon? So, it will provide us a wider focus on quality management system. No? Yung mga documented information, nandun pa rin naman, no, parang nare-require yun. So ina-assume na with adoption of 9004, given na yon yung documented information na hinihingi doon sa 9001, nandun pa rin, no? But this time, mas wider na yung focus natin when it comes to our QMS. So it addresses the needs and expectations of our interested parties as well. No, kasi doon sa 9001, ang sabi, address yung customer's requirements and consider relevant interested parties requirements. So dito, ina-address din natin yung RIPs or IPs natin. Okay? Provides guidance for systematic continual improvement and overall performance. Kasi nga po, simple yung requirements sa 9001 pero dito medyo deeper at medyo mas may sistema when it comes to continual improvement. So where the ISO 9001 only requires sources such as NC, MR, and audits, dito part na yung learning at saka benchmarking and innovation as part of continual improvement. Kaya nga po sustained success na ang tawag, no? And then but it can be used alongside the 9001 independently or codependently. Parang yung tanong kanina, pwedeng kung gusto mo magpa-certify sa 9001 pero ang ginamit mo ay 9004, masa-certify ka pa rin. Kung gusto mong gamitin muna yung 9001, pag gusto mo nang i-level up yung QMS mo, gamitin mo yung 9004 as guidance, pwede pa rin. No, certified ka pa rin sa 9001. Okay. So yun nga po, hindi siya kasi intended for certification. Okay, it also covers leadership, resources, strategy, processes, etc. na nakikita rin naman sa 9001. Kaya lang may mga karagdagan na nga lang po na guidance or may mga further explanation on some of the requirements and even more requirements dito sa 9004. Okay, so naka-specify pa yung mga requirements or standards doon sa 9004. Okay. Next, please. Ayan, sige. Ganito po ganito po yung itsura ng ISO 9004. Parang yung 9001 din. Opo. We have Philippine National Standards for this. So, mapapurchase nyo pa rin siya sa DTI. Kaya lang po itong sa amin ay galing pa sa abroad. So, yan po yung sample, no? Ito po yung nakuha sa Switzerland. German yung translation. Pero meron po tayo niyan, PNS, Philippine National Standards. Okay? So yung binanggit ko pong mga elements nandun sa table of contents, makikita niyo po. Okay, so yun po ang comparison ng 9001 at 9004. Hindi talaga siya halos hindi siya walang pinagkaiba. In-expound lang, in-explain further. Okay?
Okay. Sige po. Ma'am, Miss I, nakamute po kayo Oo. Miss I, so it's time now for another exercise. Miss I, may I ask po sana if you could make me into a co-host so I can do the breakout rooms po ulit. Pa-co-host po ako.
Ay, ako ba? Sorry, hindi ko napansin.
Hindi, nawala po kasi ako kanina. Sige, pa-co-host po so I can activate po si ating breakout rooms. Sige po, pa-co-host na lang po ako. Sige po, ilan na lang po ba ang ating mga nandito? 16 na lang po tayo, ma'am. So, maiiba po yung ating breakout rooms. Sige po. So, while waiting for me to be a co-host, kindly access po muna siguro yung ating workshop link. Okay lang po ba? Kindly let us know pag na-access nyo na po. It is the same link that we have from the previous workshop po. So workshop 1 and 2 po is the same link as above. Do let us know if you were able to access po para po before you join the rooms, kindly access po muna so when you access the breakout rooms, you would be able to access po yung mga Sige po. All right.
Hindi ko ma-transfer. Sorry. Hindi ko ma-transfer.
Sige po, ma'am. Ano na lang? Co-host. Yung co-host abilities po, ma'am. For me.
Oo. Wait lang. Hindi ko talaga makuha. Sorry.
It's okay. Would you be able to access po yung ating mga breakout rooms po from your end?
Meron na ba?
Meron po, oo. Breakout rooms po. Sa baba po.
Wala din.
Wala ka din as host?
Oo.
Sige po. What about, sige po, pa-access na lang po muna ng mga nung mga workshop links. Okay lang po ba? Sige po, ganito na lang. Since wala po tayong breakout rooms for the meantime, may we ask if everyone can access po according po dun sa inyong kagrupo kaninang umaga. Okay lang po ba? So si group 1 po ay clauses 4 to 5. Group 2 po ay clause 6. Group 3 ay clause 7. And group 4, clause 8, and then si group 5 ay 9 to 10. Mag-provide po tayo ng information under each column po. Okay lang po ba? Na-access na po ba? Can anyone po let us know kung na-access na po? Kindly let us know in the chat box or you may unmute yourselves po. Oo. Meron na po ba? May we know po? Kindly let us know po. Sige po. Check ko lang po kung na-access nyo na po. May nakaka-access na po ba?
Applecom, DILG, yes, access.
Opo, na-access na po. Sige po. Since wala pa po tayong breakout rooms, may we request na lang po individually if you could access the workshop templates po. And then dun po sa workshop template na yon, meron po tayong requirements and 9,004 standards. Nakalagay po dito exercise 2 for group 2. Miss I, maybe you can expound a little bit more on how they can give the information under each column po for the standards.
Okay, sige po.
Opo, additional instructions, ma'am.
Sige. Yung so given this table po, you were assigned yung clauses. I hope you have with you your standards. Dala nyo ba? Or accessible sa inyo? Standards ng 9001? Ay, sorry. Tama. 9001. Ganito na lang po, nasa naman natin, nasa handouts naman natin, no? Major requirement lang naman ang hinihingi namin. So, yung 9001 requirement na naka-assign sa inyo, kaya lang medyo nabanggit ko na rin pero sige lang, this is just to know kung natatandaan nyo pa yung mga sinabi ko. So, based on the assigned 9001 clause sa inyo, identify the equivalent or the associated 9004 standards. Nandun pa rin naman sa slides ko kanina, no? Yung major standards lang or requirement. And then, identify the procedure, tool, or practice of your agency that has something to do with those standards or requirements. Yung equivalent practice or tool or procedure na meron kayo. Isa lang po, kahit isang sample lang.
Sige po. Natatandaan nyo pa po ba yung inyong mga groupings po? So, mayroon po tayong group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, and group 5. So, for alimbawa po, si group 1, yung clause 4 to 5 po, ano po ba yung requirement for that clause? Tapos ano po yung equivalent ng 9004 na standard? Hindi yung pinakita po ni Miss I kanina. Tapos ano po yung procedure, tools, or practice po na required doon? Tama po, Miss I?
Yes.
Oo.
Ano yung meron kayo, existing na meron na nasa agency nyo?
Sige. Tingnan natin kung na-access na nila. Pwede ba ako mag-flash, Ma'am I, doon sa balikan ko yung mga clauses? Okay lang ba? Para may reference sila?
Yes,
Oo, sige. So magbabalik po ako doon sa reference ni Ma'am I. Sige po. Yeah, ito po yung sa 9004 2018 standards po. So, ma'am, could you recount po itong clauses na to para lang may reference sila? Si quality of an organization and sustained success until learning, improvement, innovation.
Okay, ito po ay clause, yung nasa baba, yung nasa blue, na naka-highlight ng blue, Yun yung major requirement. So, yung nasa further top left, no, top left. Quality of an organization and sustain success. That's clause 4. So 4, then context is 5, identity 6, 7, leadership, 8, process management, 9, resource management, 10, analysis and evaluation, 11, improvement, learning and innovation.
Clause 11 po itong analysis and evaluation.
Oo. Okay naman kahit hindi nyo ilagay yung clause number basta you know the requirement. So for example, yung halimbawa sa 9001 yung clause 5, pwedeng ang kanyang equivalent sa 9004 ay nasa leadership, 'di ba? Yung policy, strategy, objectives, communication. So pwedeng yun na lang ang ilagay nyo kahit hindi na yung clause number.
Okay, sige. Ma'am, balik lang ako dun sa dun sa 9,000, sa 9001. Meron tayong pinakita na alala. Tama ba? Ito, ayan. So,
sana by now, kabisado nyo na yan. Yung
ayun
major
po.
clause man lang.
Oo. Ito po. Sige, Ma'am Angie, padagdag na lang din po nito, itong ISO 9001 with the clauses din po. Para magkaroon sila ng ng reference. Sige po, nagpo-post po si Ma'am Angie ng ating references po for ISO 9001 and 9004. Sige po. Ayan, nandiyan na po sa sa ating. Sige, babalik lang po ako dito. Yan, sa requirements. Meron pong baka may mga tanong po. Ayan. Sige po. Meron po bang mga katanungan with regards to the instructions po? Sige po. We'll give you, it is 2:30. We'll give you po until 2:45 to work on that. One clause lang naman po yung naka-assign sa inyo. Okay po ba? Malinaw po ba? So yung exercise 2 lang naman po, one clause po na naka-assign sa inyo. Ulitin ko lang po, group 1 po ay clause 4 to 5, group 2 ay clause 6, group 3 ay clause 7, group 4 po ay clause 8, and group 5 po ay 9 to 10. So ilalagay niyo lang po ano po yung requirement for that clause. Tapos ano po yung equivalent sa 9004 na standard. Tapos ano po yung existing nyo na tools, practices, or procedures that are equivalent to that clause. Sige po. We'll give you until 2:45 po. 2:31 na po. Meron po bang nangangailangan ng assistance? Sige po. Meron po tayo meron na po kami mga nakikitang mga outputs po. Kung may need po for assistance, sige po, opo. Wait lang po Pasensya na po kasi kanina hindi po ma-access po yung mga groupings po. Sige po. Yung sa group 1 po, parang nawala na po lahat ng mga participants kasi nabawasan po tayo. Pero for room 2 po, si Ma'am Rachel po for Napolcom at saka si Ma'am Marilyn po. For room 3, si Ma'am DOH po, si Ma'am Annabel. For room 4, si Ma'am Marian at saka si Sir Jesus. For room 5, si Ma'am Diana at saka si nawala po yung mga ibang kasama. Sandali lang po
Sorry na lang
Opo.
Ako na lang ma'am.
Nabawasan po. So kung natatandaan niyo po yung mga group mates po ninyo, kindly work on the na lang po, dun sa template po na provided for your groups na lang po. If kung wala po yung mga group mates natin, siguro po yung for your agencies na lang po ang i-input natin. Yun natatandaan niyo po. Wala na po kasi yung iba dito, so wala na po yung assignments nila. Meron po bang nangangailangan na assistance? Pwede naman pong magtanong kung medyo nahihirapan po doon sa ating workshop. Pwede pong magtanong or refresher. For refresher po, meron po tayo ditong mga kinapi-paste si Ma'am Angie na ISO requirements from 9004 and 9001 para hindi na po kayo mahirapan. Dito po near the top of the template po. Siguro po yun. Sa group 1, wala po kasing tao. Group 2, sinapulcom po, ma'am. Si Ma'am Rachel, tsaka si Ma'am Marilyn. Room 3, group 3, si Ma'am Annabel. Siya na lang po mag-isa. Sa group 4 din po, si Ma'am Marian, tsaka si Sir Jesus. Ang meron po tayong output ay exercise 2 po for group 5.
For vetting pa yan, ma'am, ng aking mga kasama. Kung nandito pa sila.
For vetting po.
Okay
Sige.
po. Yes, ma'am.
Sige po, wala pong problema, ma'am.
Okay.
Opo. Sige po, wala pong problema. Kailangan pa po ba ng additional minutes or additional time? Okay lang po ba? May additional time pa po ba? Na kailangan? Kasi 2:43 na po. 2 minutes na lang. Pa-unmute na lang po or in the chat box para po malaman namin. Sige, wala pong problema, Ma'am Marian. Sige po, 2:45 na po. Do we need additional po ba? Additional time po? Sige po, siguro additional 2 minutes. Sige po, 2:46. Meron pa po bang gustong humabol? Sasara na po natin yung ano? I-end na po natin yung exercise 2. Meron pa po bang gustong humabol? Meron po ako nakikitang dalawang groups po. Hello, Miss Ai. Nandiyan pa po ba kayo?
Yes.
Oo, Miss Ai. Mukhang 2:46 na po. Maybe we could sample na lang po yung dalawang groups na may input. Okay lang po ba?
Sige, sure.
Oo. Sige po. Sige, balik na po tayo. Salamat po. Pasensya na po, hindi tayo nakapag-breakout. Medyo nagkaroon lang po ng technical difficulties. Sige, salamat po. Yung ating namang next workshop ay ano naman ma'am, no? Individually as agencies naman sila. So hindi na kailangan mag-breakout rooms. Yung third na self-assessment. Sige po. Stop share lang po muna ako. Punta lang ako dun sa workshop. Sige po, i-share ko lang po yung sa group 5. Sige po. Sino po kayang, si Ma'am Diana ba to? Ma'am Diana, kayo ba to? Sa group 5? O si Ma'am Rachel? Tama ba?
Yung nag-input, ma'am.
Opo. Ma'am, baka po pwedeng paunlakan nyo kami ulit, Ma'am Diana.
Complete staff work na ako ngayon.
Sige po.
I'm not sure. Sige lang, ma'am. Okay lang. I'm not sure naman kung tama itong akin. Basta lang naglagay ako as task to do so na maglagay. Start na ba ako, ma'am?
Yes po, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. For group 5, we were instructed to put the ISO 9001 clauses for 9 and 10. So that's performance evaluation and improvement. And for ISO 9004 standards for performance evaluation, mabilisan, kumbaga binalikan ko yung presentation kanina ni Ma'am Ai, yung ang nakuha ko is performance analysis and performance evaluation. That would be in parallel with na 9001 requirement or close na performance evaluation. And for DILG, the existing practices for performance analysis or for performance evaluation, nagkakaroon ng parang meeting or ini-schedule talaga yung meeting to discuss the status of implementation of ISO enrolled processes, especially if there are transactions that were not able to meet the objectives due to some reason, especially itong work from home na talaga kami at saka lahat daan through online. Kumbaga, yung hardship or difficulty na yung communication is through online na minsan hindi nalalaman kung saan napupunta yung mga sinubmit na document. So yun, pinag-uusapan kung may mga na unmet na objective for some transactions, nagiging main agenda yun ng meeting ng top management with the process owners. Another is almost all DILG offices nag-develop sila ng parang G drive wherein para ma-access ng lahat, everyone can see the accomplishment reports dun sa in-upload nila dun sa G drive. And then also may ginagawang analysis of data or the results before submission of any ISO reports to our QMS Secretariat. For the improvement, the equivalent standard for 9004 is the improvement or innovation. For some reason, nakuha ko itong mga practices nung member kasi ako ng parang internal audit ng department. So parang buti na lang at may file ako, binalikan ko yung mga best practices nila doon sa mga innovations nila na nagawa nila starting nung nagka-pandemic. Yun na nga, as stated earlier doon sa performance evaluation, as part of their evaluation kasi walang face-to-face, lahat work from home. So nag-develop sila ng G Drive for, kumbaga, syempre hindi, for lahat na ng transactions ay puro e-copy. So they have to file also yung mga nai-issue na certifications or authorizations na e-copy na rin. So they have to change everything from hard copies of na filing to e-copies na filing. So diyan nila nilalagay sa G Drive yung mga, nag-develop ng G Drive for filing purposes, and also pwedeng ma-access, depende sa level of access ang ibibigay sa bawat isa. And again, as part of the improvement, yun nga, parang mag-asawa si improvement, kumbaga parang ang first part ng improvement is the analysis. So parang kumbaga yung anak ni analysis magiging reason why there would be improvement. Yun, nag-i-schedule sila ng meeting to discuss the status of implementation of ISO enrolled processes. Kasi lahat hirap, especially yung mga daily yung transactions, na yung panggagalingan ng request ay malayong-malayo pa. Kumbaga nationwide kasi yung scope ng aming mga processes. So anyone from group 5 can add to sa aking na-report po. So hindi ko kasi ma-memorize kung sino pa yung kasama ko kanina. So anyway, that's it for group 5 po. Thank you.
Yes, Miss Ai. Okay na po. Salamat po, ma'am.
Okay po.
Opo. Thank you po, Ma'am Diana. Sige po. Anyone from group 5 po who would like to give any other inputs for this exercise? Sige. Okay po. Siguro kung wala na pong ma-add, Miss Ai?
Okay, sige. Thank you. Meron pa bang mag-share na grupo? Ito
Meron
lang.
pa actually after this one and then sa YouTube naman, meron from Nia. Kompleto si Nia. Nakaka-proud. Sandali po. Sige.
Sige, tingnan muna natin.
Oo, tingnan natin pang isa. Sandali. Yan, si group 4 kasi isa lang din sa kanilang clause. Sige. Sino po yung sa group 4? Ma'am, sirs, sino po yung sa group 4 na pwedeng mag-read lang po nito, brief lang naman? Hello po.
Hello.
Yes po, ma'am. Go ahead. Ma'am Marian. Sige po.
Yes
Apo.
Sorry po, malakas kasi ulan.
Okay lang po. Wala po problema.
For group 4 po, meron pa po akong isang kasama kasi may kasabay akong nagta-type kanina.
Okay. Sige po.
Ang ISO 9001 requirement or clause is 8 operation. Ang nakita po namin na katumbas niya for 9004 is process management. So, for procedure tools and practices, yung use of controlled ISO forms and continuous development of these forms kung kinakailangan po, and also the use of operations manual and the process flow po.
Okay. Sige. Thank you po. Sige po. Ma'am, Ma'am Ai, ibibigay ko na lang din po, i-read ko na lang po from my phone yung sa NIA. Si Sir Alan Di Guzman po kasi nagbigay ng output po. From 4.1 to clause 9. To clause 7. Sige po. So yung kanilang from the NIA, 4.1 is listing of pesos and SWOT for each department and for each regional office. Si 9001 na clause 4.1, ang equivalent niya sa 9004 ay clause 5.3. So yung procedure tools nila, yun po yung listing of PESEL and SWOT for each department and for each regional office. Doon naman po sa clause 4.2 under ISO 9001, ang equivalent niya ay 5.2. Procedure po ay listing of relevant interested parties for each department and for each regional office. For 6.2, clause 9001, ang equivalent niya ay clause 7.3 sa 9004. Procedure is corporate quality objectives, OPCR, DPCR, departmental plans and programs. For clause 7.1.6 na 9001, ang equivalent niya sa 9004 ay clause 9.3. The procedure is agency's mandate specific to administering irrigation systems, internal policies, enforcing the retention of organizational knowledge. Meron pa po siya dito. So yun na lang po pala yun, sorry. Po yung 4 na clauses po. From Sir Roel, yung clause 9 is performance evaluation. This is from Sir Roel Crinsha. Tapos ang performance indicator nila ay analysis and evaluation, strategic performance management system. Yun po. Yun po, Miss Ai. Thank you.
Okay, sige. Thank you. Naririnig ba ako? Hindi ba maingay yung background?
Yes po, naririnig po.
Okay. Yung background ko ba ay distracting?
Wala po, ma'am. Go ahead.
Wala naman. Sige, good. Malakas na ang ulan dito kasi. So, nanganganib ang ating mga connection kung sino yung malapit dito sa area na maulan. Anyway, thank you for those who shared. I noticed na most of the, if not all who have shared, I established na yung requirements ng ISO 9001. For the equivalent 9,000 for standards, partially ay nami-meet, no? Pero hindi natin, syempre we have to assess pa din if the existence of their documented information, the procedures, the checklist maybe, or the tools are enough to convert it into, sabi nga kanina, habit or practice. Sa 9,004 kasi, it's more of a practice na. Dapat siya ay activity na or consistent implementation na. So more than the documented information equivalent of the requirement, siya po ay in place, ibig sabihin established, implemented, no? So yun ang kailangan nating i-assess. Pero dun sa mga binanggit nyo po, tama naman na yun ay parte ng pag-address nung 9001 and maybe addresses or would address partially yung standards na binigay ng 9004. So tama naman and very good. Good job po doon sa mga na-associate yung kanilang existing procedures, tools, and practices dito sa mga standards.
Miss Ai, meron po tayong question from YouTube. Dalawa po.
Okay.
Opo. Is the identity of the organization similar to the context of the organization? And the second one is, can you provide us an example of self-assessment tool?
Yes. Yung self-assessment tool later. Last part natin would be giving you a feel of how to assess your own process, no? So yung identity under ng context, doon sa doon sa 9001, when we talk of context, ang sinasabi doon yung ecosystem ng ng agency, yung profile ay included, no? So hindi siya masyadong explicit yung identity ng organization, but it is implied in the 9001 na yung identity ng organization ay part ng konteksto niya, no? Part ng birth certificate niya, parang gano'n, no? So kaya lang dito sa 9004, hinimay pa niya yung konteksto ng organization when it comes to the agency's identity. So syempre nandun yung mandate ng organization, yung mission, vision, and culture na binabanggit rin naman but not explicitly or implied lang din naman doon sa 9001. But it's almost the same. Nakahimay nga lang siya. It's the same. Nakahimay lang siya dito sa 9004. And kumbaga may further na paliwanag pa si 9004 when it comes to the identity of the organization. Sige, I hope medyo lumiwanag ng konti doon sa sa tanong. Okay, ano yung susunod, Maan?
Self-assessment na tayo. Oo, sandali lang.
Okay. Sige, so we will be giving you an example of a self-assessment criteria. Tapos accessible naman sa kanilang lahat yung yung tool.
Yes, mag-provide tayo ng ng link.
Sige. Okay, so why do we need to self-assess or assess ourselves? Kayo po bilang nagpe-perform ng process, of course, ang help ng auditor ninyo or anyone who will assess you as an outsider to the process would help you realize your improvement. Pero syempre, malaking tulong din kung manggagaling din sa inyo, sa perspective ninyo bilang process owner, kung ano ang sa tingin ninyo yung maturity ng inyong proseso, no? So hindi rin naman siya pwedeng i-disregard yung perspective mo kung gaano ka-effective yung process mo. So dito sa 9004 binibigyan ng chance yung process owner to assess its maturity when it comes to to the management system process na pina-perform niya. So another benefit of the self-assessment, the results provide an overview of the performance of the organization and the degree of maturity of its management system. So pag pinagsama-sama yung assessment to the criteria ng bawat element ng 9004, it will provide management an overview kung ano na yung maturity ng sistema ng inyong ahensya. Ayaw naman natin na hanggang level 1 lang tayo, conformance, no? Tapos na. Porkit nag-conform na, tapos na, yun na lang, no? So, gusto naman natin nagde-level up tayo when it comes to being more matured in managing our system. So, yung results ito will have or will give us a big picture of the status of our agency in terms of effectiveness. It also helps in the identification of improvement areas. Although sa audits naman makikita yung improvement areas, complementing it with the self-assessment, mas better yung ating makukuhang result, no? As a best practice, we could also self-assess to identify our own improvement and innovation opportunities. You would know better than the auditor. Of course, the auditor keeps you on your toes. No? Parang challenge yun eh. Pag may mag-audit sa'yo, syempre gagalingan mo. Pero pag walang nakatingin, gagalingan mo pa ba? So a self-assessment will also keep you on your toes. No? So this will give you also an opportunity to identify saan ka pwede mag-innovate or mag-improve. It will also help you have an idea where to set priorities, where to establish actions, where to focus on in terms of objectives, where to focus in terms of sustained success or ethical success, if there is such a thing. And then also a self-assessment will also complement the audit. Kasi kung halimbawa pareho kayo ng results ni audit at yung self-assessment mo, then it strengthens yung findings, no? Parang double checking. Okay? So, yun yung benefit na makukuha natin. And of course, ikaw mismo, makikita mo or malalaman mo, somehow ma-realize mo yung risks and opportunities as you continuously review your own system. Okay? Meron pa ba tayong benefits? Ayan, meron pa. So, the results, next slide please. Okay, next slide. Ayan. Ay. May pa next. Ayan, okay. The results of the assessment will be a valuable input to management systems review. Doon sa 9001 na na-establish na natin na quality management system, maraming inputs, di ba? Meron tayong required inputs to the management review. Kasama doon yung audit. So pag may self-assessment results, pwede nyo rin siyang isama sa sa management review. No? So magiging valuable input din yan doon sa decisions coming out from the management review. Okay, the results provide the potential for it to be used as a learning tool, which can provide an improved overview of the organization, to promote involvement of interested parties and support the overall planning activities of the organization. So it also provides us learnings, no? Doon tayo nakakakuha din ng learnings when kumbaga kung on a personal point of view, if you retrospect, malalaman mo saan ka naging weak, ano yung strengths mo. So ganon din sa process. So you will be able to assess yourself, your own process in terms of weaknesses and strengths. Okay, and the tool for self-assessment provides a framework for accelerating continual improvement and can be used as given or it can also be customized. So kung i-complement mo yung self-assessment mo with a tool with the right criteria, then it is valuable for the identification of the areas for improvement and maybe ma-accelerate pa yung improvement initiatives mo dun sa areas na kakailanganin or maybe weak ang organization. So yung self-assessment na tool na ito ay based on the 9004 standards And yun nga, sabi po, pwede naman siyang gamitin as is o kaya pwede rin naman i-customize. Later, I will show you yung laman ng isang element para magka-idea tayo kung ano yung tinatawag or sinasabi kong tool. So, the output of the self-assessment will show strengths and weaknesses, the related risks and opportunities for improvement, the maturity level of the agency, and when you continuously use this, it could accelerate nga yung continual improvement and progress ng inyong agency over time. Kasi pag nakikita nyo pong doon sa assessment tool ninyo, tumataas yung level ninyo, ibig sabihin nagmamature yung system. Okay, sige, next po. Dito po kasi sa self-assessment ay may may grade na, may rating na siya. Unlike yung audits natin sa 9001, wala naman pong ganun no? Unless mag-customize kayo ng rating for audit findings. Okay. A mature organization performs effectively and efficiently and achieves sustained success by the following, no? So, there seems to be bago ko i-enumerate, no, there seems to be three stages by which we can achieve the maturity level, no, by which we achieve certain maturity level in the management of our management system. So, yung first level of maturity, although hindi ito yung nakalagay dun sa maturity model nung 9004, pero kung titingnan natin, parang merong tatlong maturity level na i-achieve mo, no? So, yung first level maturity, meron kang understanding na mo-monitor mo, na-identify mo, at na-define mo yung mga elements ng management system mo. Sige, so alam mo, na-monitor mo, identified mo, napipinpoint mo, at documented. So meron kang groundwork at documentation do sa management system mo. That's maturity level 1. So kumbaga, yan yung na-achieve mo. So may somehow success na yan, no? The second level, or the second stage pala, I mean. So first stage, documentation. Second stage, conformance. So in-establish at demonstrate mo. So sabi ko nga kanina, it's not enough that documented yan. We have to know if it is practiced, implemented, at consistent ba. So the second stage is for us to conform. So na-establish siya at na-demonstrate nyo yung mga in-identify ninyo ng mga elements at dinocument ninyo ng mga elements na management system nyo. So that's the second stage, no? And the third stage is that you're able to manage. So when you manage, ibig sabihin, nafa-facilitate mo smoothly yung mga elements, yung interaction ng elements ng system mo, effective yung interaction ng elements ng system mo. When something goes wrong within the system, you are able to bring it back on track. That's effectively managing the system. So by effective management, all of the elements of the system is able to adapt the changes. So that's stage 3 then. So conformance beyond requirements, that's stage 3. So pag umabot ka na dun sa stage 3, somehow may certain maturity level na ang iyong management system. So ang assumption dito sa sa 9004, nakaabot ka man lang sa stage 2. Yung established and demonstrated. No? So pag you're able to more than document, you're able to consistently practice, you're able to manage effectively all of the elements of the management system, you conform beyond requirements, then there is system integrity. Nasusustain mo yung integridad ng iyong management system. So going back to this slide, no, ito yung pwedeng means or ways to sustain or to effectively and efficiently achieve yung sustained success ng isang matured organization. Ibig sabihin, at least nandun ka na sa stage 2, na demonstrate, establish and demonstrated mo yung iyong management system. So understanding the needs and expectations. So paulit-ulit natin binabanggit yan kasi yan yung focus ng ng standards na to. Monitoring changes in the context of the organization. So parang na lang to, no, recap ng mga discussion kanina. Identifying possible improvement areas, defining and deploying policies and strategies, managing your processes and resources, demonstrating confidence in your people and leading to increase the engagement of your people, and establishing mutually beneficial relationship with and among your interested parties. Okay? So, yan ay ilan lamang sa mga paraan to manage yung na-achieve mong success for the management system. Next, please. Okay. So, the 9004 standards provide us a tool, a model pala for maturity. Now, there are 5 maturity levels. So, kung yung iba sa inyo ay nasa level 1, o baka hindi pa, pero malamang naman, level 1 at least, no? Ang aim natin ay slowly, ay kahit drastically okay lang, pero kahit slowly okay lang din naman, no? Mature until up to level 5. Now, model lamang naman ito, no? So, yung level 5, if you have something beyond level 5, or if you have an idea of the next level, then yung self-assessment tool could be customized also. Pwede pa rin naman siyang i-customize ng organization, no? O kaya i-customize yung laman ng criteria para i-translate sa organization or agency's language. So dito sa model na binibigay sa atin ng 9004, hanggang 5 lang po. Okay, pero pwede pa rin daw pong i-extend. If you will look into the standards, ito po ay attached dun sa standards. Annex po siya ng standards. Sige, next please.
Miss I, may I ask a question po?
Okay.
Ma'am, ano po yung basis po ng levels? Nitong level 1, level 2.
Oo, sige. Thank you. Yan yung laman ng criteria. So mamaya pag pinakita ko na yung assessment tool, magkakaroon na siya ng laman.
Okay.
Sinasabi doon per element, pag demonstrated yung criteria na yon under level 1, di level 1 ka. Pero pag ang criteria ay nasusunod mo na hanggang level 5 or level 4, then nasa level 5 or level 4 ka na. So magkakaroon yan ng laman later doon sa assessment tool.
Okay po.
So parang ang makikita nyo doon, pag nasa level 5 na siya, yung criteria or description ng level 5, yun daw ay best practice ng element na yun. Sige, malalaman natin later. Malalaman natin later ang mga laman nitong boxes na to.
Sige po.
Okay. Sige po. So itong maturity level na to, merong specific criteria per clause. For example, yung clause, nagsisimula tayo sa clause 5. No? So clause 5 and the sub-clauses there, bawat sub-clause, meron siyang level 1 to 5 criteria. Gigradean mo ngayon yung process mo. Kung ikaw yung process owner dun sa element na yun, gigradean mo siya ng 1 to 5 kung nasan ka na dun. And that will dictate, or that you will determine your maturity level. So, nire-review mo yon yung performance mo against the applicable criteria to your process. So, in this way, malalaman mo ano yung gusto mo pang habulin para mag-level up ka, o kaya saan ka nagkukulang or saan ka may weakness based on those criteria. Syempre, the higher level, the better. So, it creates somehow layers of challenge to the agency. Para kang naglalaro ng game, di ba? Gusto mo ay lagi kang umusad doon sa levels ng chances sa game. So parang ganun din ito. The criteria given for the higher levels can help the organization to understand the issues it needs to consider and to determine the improvements needed para po mapunta ka dun sa best practice for that element. So parang siya, no? Parang challenging siya. Kahit self-assessment, nagsisilbi siyang challenge para sa iyo. At ito, nako-compute. No, unlike dun sa 9001, walang computation eh. So it will be really based on the judgment ng audit team eh, 'di ba? Pero dito may grade ka eh, magkakaroon ka ng grading system. So somehow na-challenge ka to move to the higher level. Okay, next po. Ayan, so ito 'yon, Maan. Ito yung kaninang model, no. So halimbawa, itong example ko na ito ay based on the element ng 9004 na 7.2 under leadership, policy and strategy. So para gamitin mo itong criteria na to, may isa pa yan eh, may isang column pa yan after nung third column ng description, no. So gigradean mo ngayon, nasan ka diyan sa 1 2 3 4 5. Doon sa number 1, syempre yun yung basic, kumbaga yan yung pinakasimple, yan yung baseline. So for example, in terms of policy and strategies, yung process mo ba or your agency mo ba ay nade-determine yung mga policies and strategies are done in an informal or ad hoc manner. O pag hindi, edi baka number 2 ka. The policy and strategy and the basic strategy framework are determined. O baka, kung hindi naman, o baka number 3 ka na, level 3 ka na. Processes and the interactions related to the policy, strategy, and legal compliance are defined to address all applicable effects, hazard, aspects, risk, models, and factors. Nasa ganong level ka na ba when it comes to policies and strategies? If yes, then number 3 ka. If no, baka number 2 ka or number 1, o baka higher level ka pa. So ganon. Bawat element ng 9004, may equivalent criteria siya na criteria 1 to 5 na gagradean mo at i-assess mo nasan ka doon sa na yon, 1 to 5 level na yon. Okay, so ito ay example lamang. Okay, next. Okay, so the purpose of this is to define the scope of having a step-by-step methodology for self-assessment. Syempre po, bago mo ito gamitin, para pong yung mga procedures ninyo, no, kailangan meron mo ng defined way of using this tool. Although you can use this just to check on yourselves, no, pero para magamit ito, ma-institutionalize ito, no. So you have to have a step-by-step methodology muna of the use of the tool from its creation. Kung i-adapt mo ito, then i-translate mo into your own language or use as is, i-own mo siya as your self-assessment tool, providean mo ng guidelines on how this will be used by the process owners, including how you will use the results and so on. So, kailangan muna mag-develop muna tayo ng methodology or strategy or procedure or step-by-step process or activity sa paggamit ng self-assessment tool na to para systematic pa rin. Bakit kailangan pa natin gagamitin lang naman yung tool? Siyempre po, we have to define first the scope of where the self-assessment will be used, no? Saan ba siya gagamitin? Sa buong quality management system ba? Or sa certain process muna? Kasi syempre po mahirap naman na lahat ay paggagamitan mo nito. Tapos ang hirap mo namang i-consolidate yung results. So pagplanuhan nyo rin, pag ginamit nyo na to, paano nyo ngayon i-consolidate yung results nito? So, pag-uusapan nyo muna, paano nga ba ang magiging sistema ng self-assessment na to. So, define the scope. So the step-by-step procedure or methodology will help you define the scope or clarify scope. The tool to be used or the type of assessment. Gusto nyo ba buong self-assessment tool ang gamitin o kayo mag-focus muna kayo sa isang element? Halimbawa, sa ngayon, gusto nyo munang i-assess ano ang maturity nyo in terms of, let's say, leadership muna. Pwede naman wala namang nagbabawal, no? So, halimbawa, pakonti-konti yung element. O, ngayong quarter na to, leadership muna assess natin. Next, yung isang element muna. O, pwede rin yun, no? Okay naman, all of the elements, isang office muna i-assess natin. So, depende sa magiging ninyo, magiging objective ninyo at sa magiging decision ninyo. Okay, so you define that. And then define also the responsibilities, who will carry it out. Maganda kung process owner, pero pagkatapos ni process owner, what's next? Who will process, who will consolidate, who will keep, who will report, etc. Okay? Sige po. And sorry, hindi dapat ito audit, dapat ito ay self-assessment. Responsibilities to carry out assessment, no? Hindi siya audit. Okay, then how to carry it out, how administer the self-assessment. Of course, in using the self-assessment, identify your level for each process, consolidate, etc., etc. So just like how you prepare for an audit, given certain criteria, what to look at, what to look for, you have to prepare for it din, yung self-assessment. Strategize para hindi naman din kayo masyadong ma-disturb, no, sa inyong mga trabaho. Siyempre, matrabaho din naman ito, no. But unlike the internal audit, process owners carry out the self-assessment of their own process. Guidelines could also be set to standardize the method of assessment. Sige, sorry, may error lang doon sa bullet number 2, babago na lang later. Okay? So yun po, when you use the self-assessment, may sistema pa rin. Let's make it systematic pa rin. Okay? And okay, so what can we gain from the results aside from knowing your status when it comes to maturity, no? So it could also be used to stimulate comparisons and share learning. So, bakit yung isang department ang taas ng maturity level nila, bakit kami nasa number 1 pa lang? O kaya bakit dito sa na to, sa standard na to, sa clause na to, ang baba ng maturity level namin as compared to the other standards, no? So pwede rin naman 'yun. So you could compare notes, no, kumbaga. This could also be used to benchmark with other agencies or organizations. Kung you are using the same syempre po, you are using the same criteria. You can customize, pero same criteria. If you're using that self-assessment tool, tapos tingnan nyo yung isang agency, ay, bakit ang baba ng maturity level nila? Bakit kaya? Diba? Pwede naman ganun. O kaya, ano ba ang ginagawa nila at ano bang mga techniques nila or strategies nila? Bakit mataas na yung maturity level nila? So, you could use this to benchmark with other organizations. Okay, and maganda dahil may grade siya, may rating siya, or may number siya, measurable. So, in terms of monitoring, makikita mo kaagad yung progress over time. Okay, so yun naman yung other benefits from the self-assessment tool. So, actions, strategies, and plans need to be set as a result of the self-assessment. Otherwise, dapat gamitin yun, no? So otherwise, it will remain as just a documented information on the assessment that is retained by the agency. So kung di nyo naman siya planong gamitin, wag nyo munang gawin until such time na napag-isipan nyo na how this will be used. Kasi kung gagawin nyo lang naman siya just for the sake of knowing Tapos pagkatapos nun, wala na, file na siya. So wag na, sayang lang, no? So in other words, use the result to reach to a higher level per criteria. So yun po yung self-assessment tool. Okay? Is there any question muna before we proceed with your with the simulation of your own assessment? At mukhang wala na tayong break dahil 3:30 na. Any question or any clarification or anything you'd like to share?
Any questions po? Meron po ba from Facebook? I mean from YouTube po? Stop share lang po muna. Sige po. Alright, sige, magpo-post po kami ng template po. Workshop template. Wait lang po.
Okay, sige po. So ang ating next exercise would be per agency na. We will be sharing with you yung amin pong ayun pong yung self-assessment din na galing sa scan copy nga lang siya. Galing din po sa annex ng 9004. So use that to assess your own agency in terms of the criteria for the 9004. Pero mag-select lang po kayo ng criteria. You select at least one criteria on the from the 9004. Bahala na po kayo kung ano po yung criteria na gusto nyong i-assess, self-assess. So it could be on the part of leadership, context, resource, learning and innovation. Bahala na po kayo, no? So, or any sub-clause from there. 1 or 2 sub-clause ay okay po. Okay, so tingnan nyo po yung maturity level nyo. Nasaan na kayo in terms of the criteria. You may want to have remarks or notes. Optional naman.
Sige po. Naka-access na po ba yung ating workshop templates? Tama po ba? Ano na lang po, lagay po sa chat box or you may unmute yourselves po to let us know kung na-access na po. Okay na po ba? Ayun, marami po ako nakikita. Sige po. Bale, ang gagawin niyo po, mag-assign, ano po ito per agency po. So kung ilan po yung agencies natin dito, hindi na po tayo per group. Agency na po. So diba, si ma'am, natin yung mga agencies natin. So isa po for DIL, one for DILG, si Ma'am Marian, tsaka si Sir Jesus, kasi DILG, and then si Ma'am Diana for Napolcom, si Sir Jerry for Daro, DOH, isa lang po for Ma'am Annabel, for Sir James, MMDA, ayun pala si Ma'am Rachel pala sa Napolcom, sorry. Tapos for the Provincial Government of Sorsogon, isa lang po na template ang gagamitin. Sa PSU po, Pangasinan State University, si Ma'am Marilyn. Si Ma'am Sainet po, I would assume dun din po sa Provincial Government of Sorsogon. Si Ma'am Sarah May, pa-indicate na lang po doon sa ating template kung ano pong agency sila. Sige po. I-share screen ko lang po itong ating workshop 3. Sige po. If you have any questions or clarifications po, please feel free to ask questions po. Do we have any clarifications po on the instructions? So one po is group po per agency as we have mentioned. And then there is a standard or element per agency po. Ma'am, paano po yung number 2? Sila na po ang mag-a-assign sa sarili nila na standard or element?
Oo.
Oo, sila
Pili
na.
na lang sila ng, you can select one or two, 1 to 2, na ano po, sub-clause din. Sub-clause from the assessment tool.
Opo, sige. And then mag-assess po kayo ng maturity ng inyong agency using the generic self-assessment tool. We hope that you were able to access po yung ating self-assessment tool na PDF file that would serve as your reference po while doing the exercise. We shall be giving you po 15 minutes, so it's 3:33. So we will be giving you until 3:48. Sige po. Sige po, it's 3:34. Alright. Kamusta na po? 3:44 na po. May we check po yung inyong mga outputs? Can we check your outputs po? Okay na po ba? Miss I, would you like to lead kung paano po yung pag-share ng self-assessment? Would you like to choose some outputs? Sige, tingin po tayo dito.
Sige, wait lang, Maana.
Oo, sige lang po. Sige, siguro habang meron tayo dito for pa-indicate din po ng age. Ayun, DOH. Meron din po sa DOH. Meron na rin po tayo sa ito pong slide 6, pa-indicate na lang po ng agency name. Tapos DILG. Sige po. Do you need extra minutes po ba? Slide 9, BIR. Slide number 10 ay MMDA. Sino pa po ibang nagwo-work? Anyone else who are working on their slides? Sige po. I-move ko sana yung mga slides sa pataas, kaya lang baka malito kayo, mamaya na lang namin ayusin after. Sige po, 2 minutes. Sige po, bigyan namin ka-additional 2 minutes. Tapos mamimili na lang po kami ng 1 or 2 po na examples ng self-assessment. Sige po, marami po ako nakikita. Meron pa po ba DILG? We have DOH. Ito pong number 6 po, sana palagay na lang po ng ng agency name. Sino po dito sa number 6? Yung pang pinapakita ko ngayon para din po ma-address namin kayo properly. And then we have BIR and MMDA. Yan. Sige, ma'am. Na-access nyo na po ba, ma'am, I?
Sorry, hindi nga eh.
Sige, ma'am, bibigay ko sa inyo yung yung link.
Oo, medyo bumagal yung laptop ko, tsaka internet siguro din to.
Sige.
Pero nakikita ko sa screen.
Sige, how many
Nakita ko yung screen
would you
ko.
like? Ganito na lang, ma'am. Ako na lang po ang magpakita para po hindi nyo na i-access. How about here, ma'am, sa MMDA? Would you like to have this as an example po? Sample po tayo.
Siguro ang example natin yung matataas ang level.
Ito po, DOH po. Ito, DOH.
Okay.
At saka meron tayong, well, actually halos lahat sila mataas. DOH, BIR, MMDA. Sige po. So, dito po tayo sa DOH. Sino po pwedeng mag-share for DOH? Or would you like to process it na diretso, Miss I? What is the pleasure of our RP?
Oo, kunin naman natin yung kanilang support dun sa kanilang
sige, okay.
Rating.
Sige po. Yung pong representative ng DOH, would you like to read po ito pong ating output? Sige po, sino po? Wala pong mic si ma'am. Okay. Sige ma'am, ako na lang po magre-read for you. Wala po daw mic si Ma'am Annabelle for DOH. Sige po, wala pong problema. Sige Miss I, diretso na po tayo.
Okay, sige. Sige, ako na. Based on the requirement or standards for external and internal issues, they are level 4 na. Wow, so that's 5.3. To move to level 5, the department must improve pa daw on the monitoring and evaluation system to ensure that external and internal issues are acted upon efficiently. Okay. So sa level 4, ano ba ang criteria natin for level 4? Wait, let me check. Tignan natin ha. Ang sinasabi sa level 4 ng 5.3, teka lang, masyadong maliit yung kodigo ko. Wait, 5.3. 5.3. Hindi lang. Ay, tama ba? 5.3? External internal issues. Okay, tama naman. Kaya lang, di ko mahanap. Wait lang. Meron ka ba? Pwede mo ba?
Balik
Hindi,
tayo
wag
dun.
na. Ito na, nakita ko na. Ayan, okay. So, level 4 ng 5.3 under internal external issues, ang sabi po, if you are in the level 4, external and internal issues are determined and show consideration for factors such as statutory, regulatory, and sector-specific requirements. And they are doing that daw po, sabi sa DOH. Globalization, innovation activities, and innovation activities, and associated processes, strategy, and levels of competence and organizational knowledge. Oh, so meron ng ganong sistema ang DOH, no? Risk and opportunities are determined and show consideration for information from the organization's past and current situation. Okay, so that's how they manage naman risks and opportunities when it comes to issues. And when it comes to processes at level 4, processes to address issues considered to be risk to sustain success or opportunities to enhance sustained success are established, implemented, and maintained. So ganun daw ang level na ng management of internal and external issues si DOH. Oh, very good. So medyo na siya, nare-reach na niya yung best practice. When it comes to mission, vision, values, and culture, 6.2, wait lang, mabagal. Mabagal magbuklat. Well, nawawalan. 6.2. Oh, anyway, sige, hindi ko mahanap. Sobrang liit. So, ayun po. So, ibig sabihin, may mga gano'n na silang existing practice. And dito sa criteria na to, na nakita ko dun sa tool, no, may 3 pang ikino-consider, hindi lang isa. So, hindi lang yung identification of the internal and external issues and consideration of this, pati daw po yung risk and opportunities ay identified and contingency plans are established for the internal and external issues. So, very good naman, no? I guess yan ay dahil dun sa mga na rin, programa na proactive ng DOH, no? So, very good po. We commend you on that. Sige, hanap pa tayo ng iba pang matataas ang rating at saka ibang element naman.
Sige, ma'am. Meron po tayo actually from YouTube, yung BIR. Can we do that?
Sige, ma'am. Anong element sila? Para mahanap ko kagad.
Sige po. Oh, wait lang po. Ayun! Number 9. So, dahil YouTube po sila, ako na po magbabasa for them. Sige po. So, BIR, identity of an organization. So, +1. Maturity level po nila ay 5. So, the agency strictly complies with the core values, mission, and vision. And then, clause number 2, leadership. Subclause number 2 ba yan? Tama ba? Maturity level is 4.
Leadership is 7.1.
7.1. Tapos, ang kanilang maturity level ay 4. And then
tingnan natin.
Their notes are gearing to 5 because the top management issued a directive that all regional offices and their district offices be ISO certified.
Sige. So, tingnan natin yung criteria ng 7.2 leadership. This is general requirement. So, if you are at the level 4 maturity, processes and their interactions are systematically determined in such a way that outputs and outcomes, also may outcomes then considered, are concise and create an internal environment in which people are engaged and committed to the achievement of the organization's objectives And it is a way that promotes understanding and supports the organization's ability to achieve sustained success. Okay, so may engagement of people at very visible. Kung nasa level 4 ka na. At dapat kasama doon ang all relevant factors and their interrelationships are considered in process determination. All relevant factors in the context of the organizations are considered. Sige, so that's level 4. That's good to know po from BIR. Ano po yan? Nationwide? Siyempre dapat nationwide. Or are you referring to a certain lang po? Office?
Sa YouTube po kasi sila, ma'am. So,
oo. Pwede rin kasing ganun, ang perspective pala na pinanggagalingan mo ay office, but kung agency-wide siya, you have to gather enough results from the other offices as well. So, pwede rin naman ganun, no? Kasi nga po, kung agency, dapat consolidated siya, the rating ng kanyang mga opisina.
Opo.
Okay, so pwedeng isang office ang perspective dito. Sige, so baka naman dun sa office ni ma'am o baka naman nationwide ay level 4 or maturity level 4. Sige, thank you po.
Miss I, would you like to, time check lang po, 3:55. I was hoping sana we can have time, a little bit time for questions and questions po sana or comments. Pero sana parang maganda sana magbigay na isa pang example dito sa sa self-assessment. Oo. Sige po, mag-extend siguro tayo kahit a little bit, 5 minutes. Sige. Ito po, what about MMDA po?
MMDA, sige. People na lang, people. Para medyo malayo-layo yung element.
Sige po.
That's 9.2.
So, ang kanilang maturity level, ma'am, ay 4. Tapos, ang notes nila ay nagko-conduct sila ng weekly meeting and knowledge sharing sessions. Tapos, meron din silang professional growth and development of employee skills and competency. So, of course, ang kanilang examples ay master list of trainings, IPCR, and DPCR.
Oo. Sorry, hindi ko mababasa yung 9.2. Medyo malabo yung kopya ko. But anyway, when it comes to people, ang sinasabi dito, hindi ko lang talaga ma-decipher lahat. Pero it comes with shared information on knowledge and experience and personal growth, learning knowledge and may transfer of knowledge, may competency development and awareness of people. Syempre at a higher level. Yun yung binabanggit dun sa 9.2. So that's good to know, MMDA. Internal interested parties ay level 4 kayo. Sige, thank you po.
Sige po. So with that, let's end the sharing here for our last workshop. So nagkaroon po tayong 3 workshop for today. Do we have any questions po regarding any of the modules that we have discussed? Or any of the workshop that we have discussed? We can accommodate maybe 1 or 2 questions po sa ating from our YouTube and Zoom participants. Any questions po? Any queries, clarifications? Anything else po? Parang wala po. Meron po ba from YouTube, Sir Peds? Pa-update po? O nag-iisip pa sila? Sige po. Meron pa po ba? Wala po. Okay. Sige po, ma'am. Wala na pong questions from...
Oo. Siguro they may have questions on the details of the standards, pero sa dami nga nun hindi kakayanin yung yung isang araw lang na discussion. So may further details kasi bawat standard So if they want to purchase, pwede naman po. And halimbawa they want to have a discussion on this, pwede rin naman po nilang ipatrain yung kanilang mga personnel, tapos i-discuss nila thoroughly yung different standards ng 9,000.
Okay po. Ma'am, sorry, meron pala ditong 3 questions from YouTube. So what is the identity of the organization? Is the identity of the organization similar to the context of the organization? And then the next question, do you see any similarity between the ISO 9004 and the Philippine Quality Award? And sino po ang last po is sino po ang magde-define ng criteria? Sino din po magse-set ng standard? So yung first is ano po yung identity ng organization? Similar din sa context ng organization?
Oo, parang nasagot ko na siya kanina. Similar to the context of the organization, yung identity. Sa 9001 kasi, hindi siya explicit yung identity na tinatawag. Basta ang nakalagay doon, determine the context of the organization and understand the context of the organization. So, nakalagay doon ecosystem, work environment, etc. Then, issues, interested parties. So, pero syempre, implied doon na part ng context ng organization ay yung kanyang mandate, yung mission, vision, core values, etc. which are the identity nga na tinatawag dito sa 9004. So halos pareho lang siya, hinimay lang yung context dito sa 9004. Doon naman sa PQA, I'm not very familiar with the PQA criteria, the Malcolm Baldrige, the Malcolm Baldrige framework ba or yun? Sige. So, but I guess there are similarities because dito nga taken into account yung social responsibility, etc., etc. So, natural resources, commitment to the society, and so on and so forth. So, halos similar yung kanyang requirements. Yun nga lang, ito po ay hindi certifiable. Guidance lamang po ito. Whereas sa PQA, criteria siya for getting the award or getting a level of recognition. So yun siguro ang pagkakaiba nila. Ano pa isa yung
last na lang po. Opo, sino po nagde-define ng criteria and who sets the standard?
Yung standards, ito na nga yan, yung 9004. Yung criteria, yung share namin sa inyong assessment tool, ito yung naka-annex doon sa standards. Ito na yung criteria. Now, you can use it as is, no? So, given those criteria na naka-define na per element at saka yung criteria per level, pwedeng yun ang gamitin nyo. If you can interpret, if you don't need to interpret it, naiintindihan nyo na siya, yun na lang. No? But if you want to translate it into your own language, okay lang din naman. And customizable din siya in such a way na halimbawa kanina na puro 4 na yung ating rate doon sa mga elements. Baka gusto nyo pang dagdagan yung level. Kasi yung 5 ay the highest level na dito sa self-assessment tool. So, baka meron pa kayong naisip na higher level na maturity na gusto nyong i-achieve, then okay lang din, pwede rin naman for customize for your agency. Pero yung criteria, ito na yon, yan na yung nasa 9004. No, hindi kayo ang magsiset. Yun ay nakaset, i-adapt nyo sa inyong agency.
Okay, so sige po. Parang wala na po atang questions from, yan po kasi mga previous questions natin earlier sa YouTube. How about po dito sa Zoom? Anyone else po? Meron pa po bang mga clarificatory questions about self-assessment? Wala na po ba? Wala na po ba? Sige po. Alright, sige po. Ma'am Ai, salamat po ng madami for being our resource person for today.
Thank you din.
Opo, yes. Also, so just to give a quick recap kung ano po yung nangyari sa atin today. So our intro course po natin, this was an introductory course on improvement approaches for ISO 9004. It is the guidance to achieve sustained success po. So we discussed 3 modules po. The first is the continual improvement concepts. And then we were given tips po on what to do and what the quality and sustained success means. Tips po for our management on ano po yung kailangan natin gawin to do the sustained success. And then we had the exercise on a demonstration of what goes beyond what is expected of us against the agency's commitment. So meron pong demonstration nun, dun po sa ating exercise na ginawa na una. And then yung sa pangalawa, nagkaroon po tayo ng comparison on what ISO 9004 and ISO 9001 is. So nagkaroon po tayo ng, nakita po natin yung picture kung ano po talaga sila. Halos magkapareho, pero meron pong may small differences ng overview ng ISO 9004 standards and 9001 standards. And then we had the self-assessment of, we had the exercise to demonstrate that as well. Kung ano po yung similarities para lang po makita ng mga agencies natin, kung ano po yung similarities between the 2 standards. And then we had, last but not the least, the self-assessment po that we just did with the last exercise. I hope ito pong exercise na to will aid the agencies to gauge the maturity level of their quality management systems po. So we shall be giving a drive po, a G-Link drive for those who are not able to access the classroom po, sa ating Google Classroom. We do understand that there are certain email addresses that cannot access the classroom drive. So all materials po that we have today, we will be uploading po, and then we will be posting po dito sa ating chat box po in YouTube and in YouTube and for our Zoom. Miss Lynn, may I ask po sana to help po with the posting of the evaluation forms po, as well as the Google Drive po for our participants who would like to get the materials and who are not able to access po doon sa ating Google Classroom. So as part po of the requirements po, so we can have our certificates, kindly fill out the course evaluation and the speaker evaluation forms po that we have posted in YouTube and in our Zoom link chat box po. Please do not forget to access na po right now before we end the session. The same po with our YouTube participants para po hindi po mawala ang ating mga links. Sige po. All right, on behalf of our project management team, on behalf of Miss Angela Vargas, I, along with my colleagues, would like to thank each and every one of you who took the time, energy, and patience to be with us for today for this one-day introductory course. So before we end, may we ask our Zoom participants to please turn on their webcams. Magka-class picture po tayo. Pwede po bang pa-turn on ng inyong mga webcam? Yan! Naku, kita ko na po silang lahat. Ayan. Sila Ma'am Diana, sila Sir James. Yung picture ni Sir James, ano yan sa Malate ba yan, sir? O dyan lang yan sa sa MMDA building po ba yan, sa EDSA? MMDA. Ayun, si Sir Jeric. Hello, Sir Jeric. Ang energetic na Sir Jeric. Sige po. How about po yung mga iba nating mga si Ma'am Diana, pa-drive na po, pauwi na. Sige po, we will make this fast po. Sige po, Ma'am Annabelle, Ma'am Marilyn, how about po sa DILG? Si Ma'am Joanna at si Sir Earl. Sige po, salamat po ng marami.
Attorney Adrian, nandyan?
Parang nawala po ata kanina. Sige po. Alright, sige po. I will count to 3 and then please hold na lang po yung ating smiles. Sige po. Also, we do have a Facebook page po. Pa-search po sa FB DAP PDC po. Yun po, meron pong Facebook page. Sige po, I will count to 3, 1, 2, 3, and then please hold your smile. Sige po. Ready? Sige, 1, 2, 3. Hold po. Wait lang po. Save lang po natin ang screenshot. Okay, wait lang po. Yung prompt. Ayan. Sige po. Marami pong salamat. Please do not forget to click on the links that we have provided in the chat box para po ma-access nyo na po yung evaluation po. Sige po. Maraming salamat po. Also, please don't forget po, ito pong ating J-Link Drive for participants. Doon po kami maglalagay ng mga information po. Salamat po ng madami. And let's all give ourselves a virtual clap for completing our one-day introductory course. Salamat po. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Salamat po.